All right, council member, we're live everywhere. You may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Housing Committee. Today is Monday, March 27th, 2023. The time is now 12:07 p.m. and I'm calling to order the committee's first hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget, which will cover the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions and the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. As many of you know by now, this proposed budget isn't like the budgets we've had over the past many years. Due to declining revenues, reduced federal funds, and policy choices by the mayor's proposed budget recommends sweeping reductions in spending on affordable housing, human services, and basic safety net programs. While those cuts did not impact the agencies we're discussing today, they will significantly impact the council's approach to the budget this year. We'll start today off with the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, whose budget includes the funding that is provided directly to ANCs. I've worked incredibly hard over the past several years to increase the budget for ANCs and OANC from $1,355,000 and just over 5 full-time employees 2 years ago to $2,575,000 and 9.5 full-time employees this year. That unprecedented budget growth reflects the priority that I've placed on trying to ensure that our ANCs have support. Because for the district government to succeed, we need our ANCs to be a strong voice for their communities and to serve as the eyes and ears of the government on the ground. It is the OANC's job to support our ANCs, which is why we have funded a wide range of interventions, including translation and interpretation, training, communications, printing, technology, expert development assistance, among other things. Despite those investments, many of the new programs we've invested in haven't yet been rolled out, though I recognize there's been swifter progress under Director Bates' leadership. We also know that Director Bates is still working on getting his office fully staffed. I look forward to hearing updates on the OANC's progress today. I know that we will be hearing requests today for more funding to support our ANCs, particularly as the number of ANCs has grown and costs have inflated over estimates. I want to be upfront in setting expectations. The Housing Committee is facing sweeping budget cuts across our other agencies in the mayor's proposal that will make solving these problems challenging at best. Our second agency on today's agenda, the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs, or ORCA, they refer to themselves as MORCA, which is not their statutory name. To reduce confusion, I will call them MORCA for clarity. MORCA is core to the district's ability to support returning citizens. 6 years ago, when I got to the council, MORCA was a much smaller agency with a budget of approximately $500,000. By working with returning citizens and advocates, we were able to steadily increase MORCA's budget by establishing programs to help returning citizens transition home and excel. Today, MORCA has an operating budget of $2,751,000. Under the fiscal year 24 budget proposal, MORCA will have an operating budget of $2,879,000, $128,312 increase in local funds. This budget increase, if approved, will support one additional full-time employee or FTE. 6 years ago, the agency had 5 employees, and if this budget is approved, the agency will have 19. The core of my focus today will be on programs and legal mandates that for years the council has asked the agency to implement and have mandated in statute. For example, the Access to Jobs program. The Access to Jobs Amendment Act of 2020 aims to put returning citizens on the path to stable employment by creating a pilot program that provides grants to district employers who hire returning citizens. This is important because many returning citizens have told me that getting a job is their biggest barrier to success. For almost 3 years, I've been asking ORCA to get this pilot program going. The funding is there. The support of the committee is there, and most importantly, the need is there, but we have not seen tangible action. I have the same concerns around the Helping Children Impacted by Parental Incarceration Amendment Act of 2020, the Returning Citizens Opportunity to Succeed Amendment Act, the administration of housing vouchers I've funded, and the lack of urgency to assume administrative control over the transportation subsidy program. I want to work with ORCA because until we see progress in what has already been funded and mandated for the office, it will be hard to support further growth at the agency. The need, especially with housing and jobs, is going to increase over what I expect to be a tough economic time. We have to make progress. Before we turn to our panels of public witnesses and then later to our agencies, let me note some administrative things. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call people as they're in the order that their names appear on the list. When I do call you, my staff will promote you to a panelist so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily. You'll come back in as a panelist. At that time, the witnesses will be able to unmute themselves. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. And we are going to turn to our public witnesses. So let me see who is here. All right, I'm going to call all the names on our list we have before our ANC commissioner. So we have 17 people, but not everyone is here. So we should have a panel of 9. We'll see who's here. Reginald Black, Housing Advocacy Director and Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid, and Ross Siski, Robert Warren, Director of PFFC, Rachel Ellison, Senior Mentor Advisor Fellow at Miriam's Kitchen, and also a member of PFFC, Kristen Williams, Public Witness, Nicole Donnellan, a student at American University, Ashley Ruff with the Fort DuPont Civic Association, James Shabazz, field organizer, and with Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation, Misha Petway, president of Potomac Gardens, Kiera Colin Torres, co-owner of From Here Realty, Abiola Agoro, executive director with Disturbing Inequity, Nicholas Deladon with the DuPont East Civic Action Association, Ingrid Mahogany, outreach coordinator with Reentry Housing and Services with Jubilee Housing, Alex Kelly, Sarah Hicks, Samuel Allen, and George Owens, and finally Kennard Johnson. So give me a moment to see who is here.
Good morning.
Good morning. One moment, please.
Okay.
Unless you have a question. Do you have a question?
No, I don't.
Okay, one moment. Okay, all right, we'll get started. We will start with Reginald Black, first public witness on our list. Good to have you with us.
Morning. I'm sure you can hear me okay?
I can.
All righty. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Reginald Black. I'm the owner of Velocity and the Housing Advocacy Director for Ward 6 Mutual Aid, Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and former advisory neighborhood candidate for 4E01, a brand new commission up in Ward 4 in the Brightwood, Crestwood, 16th Street Heights area. And so, we're here today to support significant funding for new advisory neighborhood commissions like in 4E. In January of 2023, the commission had a total budget of $13,000, which majority of that was spent on an office and getting office supplies. This significantly does not warrant enough funding for constant and consistent communication with the neighbors. And we are asking that this committee take a look at the annual budgets for all advisory neighborhood commissions and make sure that they have significant constituent budgets to make sure that they communicate with the neighbors properly. Most of the advisory neighborhood commissions are looking to begin hybrid meetings, and they would need technical funding for this with only $3,000 left in its fiscal year 23 budget. I believe that the Advisory Neighborhood Commission of 4E cannot significantly communicate properly with its constituents. We do want to see things like our youth being engaged in terms of publicizing meetings and assisting our seniors in technical support so that they can participate. We would also like to see significant funding for staging areas for the hybrid models. And these are issues that continue to plague our advisory neighborhood commissions. Hopefully there will be more significant training produced by Director Bays and the Office of ANC in this regard. But the advisory neighborhood commissions right now, especially the new ones, they are not getting the funding that they need to properly engage with the residents. Still, my own apartment complex does not get any mailers, door knockers, information about the meetings, minutes, and a lot of residents don't know how to engage. If we want civic participation from our neighbors in the space of Advisory Neighborhood Commission, where most of the legislation and budgets rubber meets the road in our neighborhoods, the advisory neighborhood commissions themselves need significant budgets to make sure that they are effectively communicating, that they have materials out to all of the neighbors. There is precedent that in the 80s and the 90s, each commission had up to maybe $60,000, $70,000 per commission to make sure that all of the engagements that is necessary throughout the year are handled by the ANC directly, and that there are funds to compensate our youth for helping with that participation. My only other concern is making sure that there's accurate information and communication between the Board of Elections and the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. During the performance oversight season, I did highlight that I was given information by OANC that was not reflective of the Board of Elections results. I did receive somewhat of an apology on that, but I would love to know, what your office has been able to glean as to how many other advisory neighborhood commissioner candidates did get inaccurate information, and how did some of the redistricting affect some of the voting, and what information that OANC was getting from the Board of Elections and how that was disseminated throughout the community. We would be, more than pleased to work with you on these issues to make sure that our advisory neighborhood commissions are strong and remain the most powerful level, grassroots level of DC government, and keep this innovative model in place so that our neighbors have a voice and that they are able to better affect policy and have direct representation within the blocks that they live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Robert Warren, welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren, a lifelong DC resident, one of the founding members of the organization, People Fairness Coalition. Our mission is to end housing insecurity through advocacy, peer mentoring, and outreach in the DC metropolitan area. As an organization of homeless and formerly homeless individuals, many of our members have been women who encounter domestic violence, veterans who are long-term DC residents. We have men and women who have co-occurring disorders, along with returning citizens. And also we have members who are of the youth population. Just thinking of two of our members who are recent returning citizens and their inability to obtain housing upon release speaks to a systematic problem that had plagued our young people aging out of foster care into gangs and criminal activities or suffering social anxieties. We also see these same experiences for individuals being released from local and state and federal incarceration. Local, state, and federal. We are encouraged by the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens and other organizations who have been trying to address the needs of our returning citizens, specifically when it comes to being stabilized with housing and employment. We are also encouraged by the Biden administration proposed U.S. Department of Labor announcing availability of $48 million for training and employment services for incarcerated individuals before their release from state and local and federal or county jails. We're excited about the Pathways for Homes, 4 grants that have advanced in equity for individuals facing barriers by returning citizens, women, and people of color. The mayor's budget overall fails to address the need of returning citizens and low-income residents when it comes to having just and equitable funding for individuals to integrate back into the communities, to become productive members of society. I would ask this committee to reference the UN report on homelessness and the need for citizens to have public policies that would increase the social housing infrastructure, that would increase the availability of housing that is universally affordable to move community members to be able to live a safe and healthy lives. I believe the mayor's budget takes us back to business as usual and is a slap in the face for those who have been fighting for racial equity and housing justice. Case in point, the failure to fully fund the LSRSP voucher program for people who have been waiting for 20 years. Please see the UN.org report. I think it really speaks to where the DC as a human rights city needs to start to addressing, the inequities. Like I said, I'm really taken aback by the mayor's budget. I participated in the budget forums that she held, and every year, we participate in these forums, and DC residents say the same thing to the mayor and the city council every year about our concerns. And our concerns are never, it's never seen in the budget that's being presented. So, yeah, thank you just for this chance to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, Rochelle Ellison, and I apologize that I mispronounced your name earlier. I'm glad to have you with us. You're on mute.
I'd like to divert my time to one of the recent returning citizens of PFFC that Mr. Warren was just talking about, Mr. Tariq El-Amin.
Good morning, council member, and members of the committee. My name is Tariq El-Amin. I'm a returning citizen. I was just recently released on February the 15th, 2023. One of my main problems, I first occurred into a problem when I was released. I was released at 11:45. My bus was supposed to be parked from Bristol, Tennessee at 1:45 a.m. The Greyhound never came. I actually had to have my mom and my niece come and pick me up. They traveled all the way from the District of Columbia to Bristol, Tennessee to come and pick me up. Another barrier I faced is I was incarcerated under an alias. So I didn't have any ID or anything, but I had paperwork with my registered number, my social security number, and my birthday on it. I presented that to my supervised release officer at C. Sosa. Until this day, they never gave me a face sheet or any paperwork to get my ID. I was able to go to 1313 New York Avenue and get an ID on my own. And I actually heard through my aunt, who also worked with CSO, that there was a probation officer, Ms. Holston, was trying to pursue charges against me for identity theft. Right now, my main barrier is housing. I'm recently with ORCA, who I say is doing a good job. At this point, they had me in the Building Futures Pre-Apprenticeship Program. This is my second weekend. We had already submitted our applications to enter the Local 5 Plumbers Union, which would be starting out with $100,000 a year without benefits, but with the package, it would be roughly like $100,000. As far as housing, I would like to say that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said there are 3 evils: racism, war, and poverty. Here we are dealing with poverty. Because of the housing issue, I was placed on a housing list with ORCA, through MORCA, excuse me. But I guess the housing is backed up. I currently stand in shelter, and it's a barrier as far as my employment because I had to carry my stuff with me everywhere I go. So I walk around with this big old bag on my shoulders with all my clothes in it, which is considered kind of unprofessional for an interview. If I was to ever get an interview, it can wrinkle up my clothes once I iron them. And I believe that this can be dealt with because I look around and I see a lot of these condos are leasing. I've been home for a month and a half now, and the same places are leasing. Everywhere I go, Nomad, the condos on Georgia Avenue where the old Walter Reed is, the apartments at Tacoma Station, I'm always seeing leasing. And we have programs like Project Reconnect that are willing to pay first month's rent and security deposit. At the rate the wages are going right now, for like ready for work, they're paying $10.50 an hour, 5 days a week, from 10 until 2. I believe with that kind of money, with the assistance of Project Reconnect and 1313 New York Avenue paying our first month rent, that'll give us time to make money throughout the month to save up for Ready for Work program and other locations where we will have money to continue to pay for these housing. And so I do believe that there's housing available, and if nothing is done about this, such people like myself will continue to be forced to live in shelters and walk around with all of this stuff on my back. And that is a trigger for some people because they can get frustrated and very upset and feel like that there's no help, that nobody's reaching out for them, and they can just, their environment could deteriorate them because it'll bring down their low self-esteem. And somebody might look at them and be laughing. They be like, oh, this guy's living in a shelter. He's a bum. He can't do anything for himself. And we actually have all these places that are actually leasing. And I just want to thank the council member and the committee for your time, for letting me come here, testify, and speak. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Are you going to be able to hang around for questions?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. All right, next public witness, Nicholas Deladon.
You want me to hang around for a question? I gotta stay till 3, right?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity, Councilmember Robert White. I can't see myself. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association, which is dedicated to community engagement and civic action. And I wanted to bring to your attention some grievous actions taken by our ANC, by other ANCs, and by the office of the ANC, and ask for a legislative remedy. We propose in particular a constituent Bill of Rights. The objectionable actions range from stopping public inquiry and ejecting constituents from meetings to failing to recognize the harmful effects of technology and the digital divide. We see multiple instances of ANC commissioners inappropriately championing civic projects like the bike lanes, while disparaging opponents with rude gestures and name calling. One critical flaw that pervades through all of it is that the system does not provide for an appeal. So for example, if the chair limits the discussion from the public to 1 minute, there's no way to appeal that and say that it's, it's patently unfair, but in any case, there's no way to challenge it. If we make an appeal and say that we want something added to the agenda, I did that in August. I did it again in February. I'm still waiting for an answer from the ANC. They don't respond. I have to say that a vital part of hearing someone is receiving an answer. And they seem to be failing at that. There is no provision for a civic organization, for example, which has taken a position opposing a proposal before the ANC for getting equal time or a fair amount of time to present an opposing viewpoint, so that the proponent would be there for 20 minutes or half an hour, and the chair would limit the public comment to 1 minute. It's patently unfair. A grievous violation occurred in September last year when a constituent tried to raise the matter of misconduct of one of the commissioners before the ANC and to ask for an explanation. The constituent received a letter from the Office of ANCs telling him that his question was inappropriate. On the day of the hearing, the chair read the letter from the Office of ANC and said that therefore it was irrelevant and inappropriate to raise the question, and she would not allow the question to be raised, which is to say, we'd like an explanation of your misconduct, which was reported in the website of the Office of Campaign Finance. So it's not like a speculation, it's a matter of fact. So she went on like that, and she said that if you persist, you will be muted. And she did. She muted the constituent from raising the question about misconduct and muted him for the remainder of the meeting. That's the tantamount to ejection from the meeting. Talk about losing your voice. Another matter concerns the technology. There is a digital divide. A lot of people don't have computers, they don't have smartphones, and they can't participate. If the ANC issues a notice, which they're obligated to do, they're obligated to issue it in multiple forms, but there is no form that they issue it in that will reach someone who doesn't have a smartphone or a computer. And they can't participate in a Zoom meeting if they don't have the equipment for it. This is a very serious matter, and it's not being addressed in any fashion at all. And more with COVID and whatnot, we're losing the audience. The ANC is losing its audience. And there is a vicious cycle. The more people are uninformed, the less interest they show, the fewer numbers show up at the ANC meetings. And then if nobody shows up at a meeting, the ANC has free reign to do whatever they want without objection and without people really being aware of what they're doing. So I made rather a full statement. I've given it as a matter of record. I hope you can pay attention to it. And I appreciate this time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Ingrid Mahogany.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Ingrid Mahogany, and I'm the Outreach Director and Coordinator for Jubilee Reentry Transitional Housing Program. For close to 50 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable apartment communities in the Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods of the district, while also providing supportive services to our residents. We have completed the development of 300 units of deeply affordable housing with services at a combined investment of over $100 million. Over the past several years, Jubilee Housing has acquired 5 additional buildings and a parcel of 5 lots designed to add 280 units of housing and services for both returning citizens and residents in need of deeply affordable housing. With a current recidivism rate of approximately 36% at an annual cost of over $80 million, we know that at our current practices for assisting men and women returning home from incarceration are just not working. We need a more aggressive and coordinated system to support a successful transition for victims of mass incarceration as they re-enter society. The establishment of a platform of affordable housing and wraparound services dedicated to returning citizens and available immediately upon release from incarceration will result in improved outcome. In my role at Jubilee Housing, I am in regular communication with individuals from the prison as well as in our community. I know firsthand the challenges that returning citizens in our district face. Our dedicated reentry services team at Jubilee not only provide housing to returning citizens, but address issues much deeper than having a roof over one's head. We recognize that the need to address underlying issues of trauma and addiction, and our transitional programs not only target housing, but provides community support and comprehensive services explicitly for returning citizens, serving up to 45 individuals annually. The establishment of the Office of Returning Citizen Affairs, ORCA, a number of years ago was an important step in recognizing the special challenges facing our residents as they return home from incarceration. ORCA serves as a critical source of early support for returning citizens as they navigate returning to a society that may be very different from the one they left during periods of incarceration. One of the most important issues facing returning citizens has been the lack of affordable housing. The majority of returning citizens will return to the workforce at entry-level employment, which is insufficient to pay for market rent in our expensive city. The availability of rental housing subsidy, the local rent support program, is the essential tool to allowing these residents to find housing that they can afford. Through your leadership, Councilman White, ORCA was allocated LRSP vouchers dedicated to returning citizens over the past several budget seasons. Following completion of time in our transitional housing program, Jubilee has successfully transitioned 5 residents into high-quality rental housing. I have seen firsthand lives being turned around from these vouchers, hope being restored, families being put back together, and self-worth being displayed after years of being devalued and dehumanized. While Jubilee desires to transition returning services into our regular portfolio, we often do not have available units at the time the resident is ready for permanent housing. The availability of the vouchers has been a game changer in allowing these residents to continue their successful transition back into our city. Our recommendation at this hearing is to continue to allocate LRSP vouchers to ORCA dedicated to this group of DC residents returning home from incarceration. We recommend that a minimum of 20 LRSP vouchers be allocated to ORCA for this use. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Sarah Hicks.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
I am a returning citizen and I am currently working with ORCA. ORCA has been a big help for me. I wish that the budget was more so for ORCA in the housing community. ORCA has helped me with getting a job and helped me with the little job programs as far as like the CDL programs and everything that they have in a state. Basically, with the limited people that work here in ORCA, we need more people to be here as far as staff members to be able to help the returning citizens, because when you come, majority of the times there's a line and a lot of people that are here waiting to try to get in that has other appointments and things that they have to attend to and other things that they have to go to. So I really appreciate the staff. I've been working with ORCA for years. I don't know if I already reached out about that, And so I know several people that are here, Mr. Curry, Miss Jackson, Miss Monga, Miss Alicia, Miss Jackson, Miss Johnson, several different people. And I really appreciate the things that you are helping with. It's just the time that we have to spend here to be able to take care of the things, the matters that we have to attend to. As far as the returning citizens, we do have children, we do have other places that we have to go to as far as doctor's appointments and so on and so forth. And I am very thankful for the things that you all have reached out to us and give us to. But there is several different limitations as to where we have, there's more programs, and a lot of people don't know that we do have more good. So if there was like case managers, as far as like when you are incarcerated, to be able to have the knowledge as far as like being publicized more so for more good and the different programs that we do have that are out here to be able to help us with. That would be great as far as like commercials, billboards, whatever the case may be. So that could be into the budget as well. That's all I have to say. That's my testimony.
So much. Our next public witness on this panel is Samuel Allen. Welcome.
Good morning, City Councilman, Mr. White, and the panel. My name is Samuel Allen. I'm a returning citizen. I was released back in October. I came off home confinement February the 2nd. Since being off home confinement, I've come and received services here at ORCA. They provided me with a laptop, helped me build my resume. They also helped me with interview techniques as well as resources on finding a job. This Wednesday, I have a second interview that ORCA has sent me on, which is with Premier Beverage Company. I really feel as though ORCA is a great help to returning citizens. And I also feel as though that they need also a little bit more financing. Like Rick Hicks said, when I came here, it's an overwhelming wait list as far as in the lobby to get in contact with the work development people and job coaches and things of that nature. I think they need more staffing. My barrier at this particular moment, and I'm also on ORCA's wait list for housing, is trying to locate a proper housing, as well as hopefully I land a job on Wednesday. And also through ORCA, I'm a part of the We Aspire program. I started my own business in 2019 before my incarceration, and I plan on hiring returning citizens as well. So my cry would be that you guys continue to fund ORCA. Returning citizens are returning to society at a rapid rate. The budget is definitely needed, and they need more staff here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us. All right, next public witness. Who have we not called? George Owens. I think you're the last one on this panel. Welcome.
Okay, how you doing, Councilman?
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah, and you at the panel. I'm also a returning citizen who has served. I was incarcerated 27 and a half years. Just got out last year, and ORCA was one of the first places that I had visited, and I had a good case manager, Miss Huff, Miss Mungood, Mr. Curry, and through ORCA, also, they was able to try to put me down for the available programs that was available, which is the issue with the housing is have been an issue because it's not really I guess not enough housing available. But through ORCA, I have they helped me with the resume building, numerous of job fairs, which I go on a second interview, also like Mr. Allen with Premium Beer Company. Also too, I completed the ORCA Georgetown continuous study. And ORCA been helpful for me after being gone for so long. And I think that it would be helpful, you know, that it need more funding on things that need to be done for guys who's returning back into society. So I would I think that it would be a good thing to actually to help ORCA, you know, the system more on the good job that they're doing, but also the system where they need more things, they need more help financially. And that's all I had to really say, but they've been a big, huge help to me. And I appreciate it a lot, appreciate ORCA a lot.
Appreciate that. Well, let me pose some questions to this panel. Let me start with Mr. Black. Let me start with commissioners communicating. You noted in your testimony that you wish commissioners would do mailers and door knockers. I feel you. I wish I could too. You know, so we've increased. I worked really hard a couple of years ago to increase ANC commission budgets for the first time in like a decade. No, they don't have enough budget for all of them to send mail to all of their constituents unless they didn't do other things. Same is true in my office. You might, as a DC resident, you might get a mailer from your ward council member. You will likely never get a mailer from an at-large council member. If you do, you're in a small population because our budgets don't support that either. So this is a struggle that commissioners have, council members have it as well. We have done to try to address that is OANC has bought a new copy machine. We've created accounts for shared services. We've increased their budgets. So it is true that they can't do everything, but we're trying to make sure we beef up those supports each year. I do want to understand a bit more about how you think the budget for the new commission for I think it is, falls short. So all the commissions have the same budget. I think your testimony was suggesting that as a new commission, their budget wasn't sufficient. What do you think they need other than the communication issue as a new commission? What's unique to them that their budget is falling short on?
So all of it does stem from like being innovative on the different methods of communication. I think 13,000 as a starting budget for a new commission is woefully inadequate because there are significant things that a brand new commission has to establish within its first year. So they have to establish an office if they're going to have, you know, a clerical person on board. If some commissions have enough of a budget to actually hire a lawyer to help them, you know, with some of the legalese and understanding legislation. These are unique costs to start up a brand new commission. In addition to having you know, a budget to at least engage some of the youth. In our ANC, we have the Roosevelt High School, in which some of the community service hours for the students could be kind of like streamlined, and them helping the advisory neighborhood commissions get information out, you know, about the meetings. Or it could take the form of technical training for some of the seniors in a hybrid model, and that presents a new cost that I think all commissions have to think about. They will essentially need 2 locations, one to stage hybrid meetings from, and then the other just to handle the business of the ANC, which is their own traditional office. They need funds to be able to do that. And like, we don't even like say, you may not can hit every house. You may not can hit every apartment building, but you could at least have enough to satisfy the requirements that they publicize the meetings in public locations. Nobody really knows when our commission's meeting. Nobody knows where are they staging the hybrid meetings from for those seniors who aren't tech savvy. And so these are things that I know that $13,000 could not cover. Most of it was spent on them just establishing an office for them to internally be able to print documents and review things coming from African Zoning Commission.
Let me get to one other issue. And I appreciate the insights there. You also mentioned that commissioners need more training. Is there any specific training you think commissioners need that's not available now from the Office of ANC? This is something I've been working on for some time, and Director Mason. What's missing?
Because of the sort of the newness of this, virtual platform, a lot of them do need training on how to use the virtual platforms. A lot of them do need need training into how to best manage the virtual space. So I know that's definitely one of the things that commissioners would need. They need the same level of technological training as, say, like a senior citizen, but because they're in an elected position, they need an elevated form of that so that they can help facilitate their own single member district meetings and engage with the commission as a whole.
Got it. Tariq, is it El Hameen?
It's Tariq El Amin.
El Hameen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Well, first of all, welcome home. So when you needed to get an ID card, did you go to ORCA for assistance there?
Yes, I actually went to ORCA first, and they gave me 2 vouchers, one for my birth certificate and one for my identification to waive the fee so that I can get an ID. But without social security card or some type of other identification, I couldn't get a birth certificate. Without neither one of those, I couldn't get an ID. So when I went to see SOSA to see my supervised police officer, she told me, she was like, well, I could just give you a face sheet. I could just give you a piece of paper. You can go across the street to Rhode Island Avenue train station. There's a DMV located there, and I would be able to get it, which actually activates as a waiver too. But like I said, due to my alias, she was not willing to give me that.
See. Okay. And on the issue of housing, which has come up in a lot of testimonies on this panel, did you apply to ORCA for a housing voucher?
No, I actually have a caseworker there by the name of Miss Sierra Taylor. My first appointment there, she told me, she was like, I'm putting you on the list for housing. So I believe that she just did it herself automatically my first day there. And that's all the information I have on that issue as far as housing and dealing with ORCA.
Yeah. All right. So they said they were going to put you on the list. Have you heard anything since?
No, sir.
Any information about sort of the timing or likelihood of whether your name would come up?
No, sir.
Any information on how they prioritize vouchers to give you an idea of whether you might get one?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. That's unfortunate. It's one of the reasons that they have to have sort of outline and metrics for how they're prioritizing these vouchers. When I started funding vouchers for returning citizens several years ago, I think we were only able to fund like 20. I was looking everywhere for money we could pull for this. This 20 isn't enough. This current year, we got them up to 62. That's a lot more than 20, but it's still not enough. So we've been working to increase the number of vouchers for returning citizens every year. What remains very unclear is how MORCA prioritizes those vouchers, who gets them and who doesn't. That continues to be unclear. And hopefully MORCA is going to be testifying to the need for more housing vouchers and is working with other committees on that as well. But we've been trying to increase the number of housing vouchers every year. I also just want to make a note, without the unique issues that you have because of the alias, I passed legislation several years ago to create the free ID and free birth certificate program. That came from returning citizens themselves. They said this is something we need. So we created that program and allowed people returning from incarceration to use their federal BOP identification to get an ID and a birth certificate here. So I'm glad that program is up and running. I wish it would work better for you, but you do have a unique circumstance. So I want to thank you for testifying, because the people who have worked with MORCA, who have returned from incarceration, help us to do better work going forward and see where the gaps are in our services. So I appreciate you testifying. Continue working with MORCA, and if there are gaps in what MORCA can do, let us know so we can try to fix those gaps.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Deladon, I appreciate your testimony. One of the issues you mentioned that I want to touch on is access. You mentioned not everyone can access ANC meetings if they don't have a device or the internet. So your ANC meetings, they are they're not hybrid, they're only virtual.
They're virtual right now. They keep talking about one day coming. I suppose there is a problem. I hold a lot of meetings myself, and it's very convenient to do it virtually, but something has to be done. The personal meetings are very important. They have to get back to it, and we're losing a lot in the meantime.
I appreciate it. A couple issues that we'll have to work through on this. One, I've seen a huge uptick in meeting and hearing participation since we went virtual, because there are a lot of people who can't make in-person meetings. I tend to think hybrid is a good way to go. We can't yet do hybrid meetings in the council for committees. So we have some technological challenges. ANCs have had an issue because they need a location. They can only be hybrid if they actually have a meeting location. And some of them have had technological challenges. You need to have access to internet. You need to have a location. So I need to ask OANC where they are in helping commissions find space to meet, to the extent that they need help with that, so that as many as possible can do hybrid meetings. And we also funded hybrid meeting kits to make sure that wasn't a barrier for commission. So
well, let me mention, if I may, that there is a problem when the ANC disables the chat. It makes it difficult for one another to know who they're talking to and to talk to one another. The function of the ANC meetings is a grassroots opportunity once a month to see your neighbors, to get together on issues. And if they don't know how to give a notice out because people don't have the equipment to receive the electronic email, they have to do something like what Reggie Black just mentioned, is that maybe we can recruit the schools to have students hand deliver stuff to people's homes. Something has to be done to get around the digital divide. There are just too many. I made it a point to visit the McDonald's on a regular basis for a complete year. I got to know a lot of the people there. And it's surprising how many people are really isolated. They're frustrated by the technology. They don't have the money to invest in a smartphone, let alone a computer with all the equipment. So something really has to be done, and we need to make strides in that area.
I appreciate it. And to your point and Mr. Black's point, think creatively sometimes. I appreciate that. Sarah Hicks, let me thank you for your testimony. Not sure you were able to stay with us, but I appreciate the points you made. Also about publicizing not the ANC work, but the work of ORCA. Samuel Allen, let me ask you this: how did you find out about ORCA?
I found out about Mocha through word of mouth. I had came to Mocha a few years back for some assistance. So when I got placed on home confinement, I'm like, you know what, they got a returning citizen program or at MLK. So I came down here and it was still here. And since I've been here, the services have been outstanding. However, I think they're like understaffed, and they probably understaffed because they need more budget. Like since I've been off home confinement since February the 2nd, and this is what March the 20 something. Hopefully Wednesday, the job that Mocha have referred me to, which is Premier Beverage Company. Hopefully I land a job.
Yeah. That's
I
this
also
Wednesday.
mentioned the We Expired program. This Wednesday coming up. This is my second interview for these guys. With Premier Beverage Company.
Yeah.
And also my counselor, Miss Sylvia, been working with me. I got accepted in the We Expired program. However, it's more staff is needed.
Yeah.
Like when I came in the morning to do this panel interview, for a witness, it was overcrowded out there in the lobby for people to be seen by job developers and people that housing and all of that type of nature. So Mocha is doing a very outstanding job on my behalf. I know as far as finding employment and housing is a major barrier for people of myself, like a returning citizen.
Yeah.
So it is highly needed for more staffing, more budgeting, especially like you said, Councilor White, when you first initially started with the vouchers, you can only supply 20 people. That's a start, but it's a far cry. You understand what I'm saying? Like we definitely need more vouchers and more housing for returning citizens. And without a job and without a job and without housing, it kind of put a person in my frame of wanting to give up. You know what I'm saying? What keep me afloat is I have family support somewhat.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So I didn't have to come home to a shelter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But what about the guys that don't have no one?
That's
you know
right.
what I mean? What about the guys that was on solitary confinement during their incarceration? They didn't have access to a computer or how to build a resume. You know what I mean? And the reason I got this second interview with the Premier people, I came back down Mocha and we did a practice interviews. You know what I mean? I've been incarcerated, so I didn't have the opportunity to sit down and do a one-on-one interview. So Mocha helped build me, got me prepared for the interview. Now I got a second interview, coming along.
Yeah.
So it's coming along, but along a little slow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Outside of that, man, yes, go ahead.
Let me ask you, first and foremost, good luck on Wednesday. And if you remember, let us know how it turns out.
Okay.
Other question, you raised a really good point that I would love for you to just say a couple words on. You had family support. That is a big difference maker for folks that were incarcerated with you, or other folks you see coming back who don't have family support. What happens to them after they get back?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get that up. Like, I spoke to a guy that was incarcerated with me, and 2 people within the last 6 months have gone back on 4 o'clock count, which means they got reincarcerated. You know what I mean? And he just gives this information a couple hours ago. So I'm grateful that I got family support, but I'm more grateful that it's a place like Mocha that I can come and they understand that I'm a returning citizen and they are going above and beyond to try to like help put the pieces back together. Because man, I'm gonna tell you, it's very difficult trying to come home and turn your life around. And everybody, it seems like once they found out you're a returning citizen, the job been filled or thank you for applying. And the thing is that I like about Mocha is that me and other returning citizens went to Premier. And the thing was, the people at Premier knew who we were. And they was willing to give us an opportunity to do the next best thing. You know what I mean? Which means show up and hold ourselves accountable for the job that's hopefully that's going to be placed coming this Wednesday. You know, I would share this that I went to one interview because I have a CDL, and the lady called me and was like, "I'm sorry to break the news with you to you that we can't hire you due to your criminal history."
Wow.
But I
In
didn't
DC
give
or
up.
outside of DC?
Well, it was in for a concrete company. I'm a concrete truck. And immediately when that lady told me that, I was really, really, really mad, feeling really bad.
Yeah.
And what I did was I got up, took me a shower, and I immediately came to Mocha. And the very next day, I was going on an interview at Premier Beverage Company.
I love it. I love it. So I'm glad to hear Premier Beverage Company is actually one of the last places I went before COVID. And I was impressed with what I saw. I hope it works out well. Let me turn to, I'm excited for you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Owens, George Owens.
Yes.
How did you find out about MORCA?
Well, me myself, I found out through other people that was in society who dealt with MORCA. And me myself, I have a large support system, family members, friends. So they already had told me about MORCA before I was released, because I'm a part of Free Minds. I was graduate through Project Empowerment. My law team through Georgetown, who been supportive. I had people through the NOC program. I even dealing with Jubilee housing and jobs. So my transition was, everyone's not that fortunate, but my transition was a little more smoother going back into society. But I took the advantage of everything that they had to offer. And like I said, MORCA was the first place that I went to try to put my name on housing, which housing is very difficult as far as I guess the list of people with housing. But they helped me with everything else that I was seeking. Also too with the to be able to get around transportation, smart trip cards, numerous different things that they was helpful with, along with other organizations. And everyone is not that it may not be that fortunate. So if things, it's a little difficult for people who don't maybe have that support system. And talking to numerous of guys in them, because one thing I did, when you talk to different guys, they'll basically tell you what it is they need and where they're lacking at. You just got to communicate and go deep within the trenches of areas, and the peoples will tell you what it is that they basically need. But what I did, hearing their stories, I prepared ahead of time to make sure that my transition would be a little smoother. But MORCA was help. MORCA, like I said, MORCA was a help. Numerous places that the city had was help, but we need funding on a lot of different things, especially like housing. And for guys who are not that fortunate. So I know and it's rough. And we need a lot of things dealing with that mental health is a real big issue.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, because I noticed that's, coming back out here, before coming out, I noticed from the time I come in and seeing it from the time I got out, I could see how the city, the things that's the problem in the city from the people who was coming in prison, and mental health is very big. Mental health and substance abuse. That's the two big issues I see out here is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As on those two issues, for you and others, as you continue to see gaps and have ideas specifically on mental health and substance abuse, please reach out to us. Some of the best work we've done in my office is the work we've done at the request of returning citizens who have come to me and said, this is where the gaps are. This is how we think we fill those gaps. And that's how we created the housing vouchers, the free ID, free birth certificate, free transportation. All of these are ideas that came from returning citizens themselves. So please continue to keep your eye on what the needs are. And particularly as you or others have ideas about what we can do to address those needs, let us know.
Okay, I most definitely would do that.
Thank you. Sarah Hicks, how did you find out about ORCA?
Yes, I found out through, it was a SNAP program when I was getting the SNAP benefits. I was coming to the office so much to use their job program at the SNAP program. And they said, well, ORCA has a computer lab as well. So when the computer lab was up and running, I was able to go to ORCA to be able to use their computer. I came to the office so much. Everyone, the security and everyone knew me on a first name basis because I was so determined on trying to get a job. And I'm working on trying to, get reunification as far as with my children and so on and so forth. And that's on another note. So basically it's, I don't know if you want me to go into the whole little spiel, but
no, you don't need to. The reason I'm asking how people find out about ORCA is because, to your point, a lot of people learn about ORCA, know about ORCA through word of mouth. But I wonder, are there spaces where we could have focused publication? I don't think they're going to have money for a lot of billboards or commercials. I think that's going to be really difficult for us. Short of that, are there ways that we could do a better job of getting the word out? Are there magazines that people read? Are there places that people go that we could make sure there's information? So that's why I'm always curious how people found out about ORCA.
It would be nice for, if there could be like a newsletter or something, like something, like a lot of people take public transportation. Yeah. So if there was like something on public transportation, as far as like the metro, if when they get incarcerated, if they had caseworkers that would be able to advocate for them, as far as being able to give them the knowledge before they come home, well, there's ORCA to be able to help you with housing and so on and so forth, job search. If there was like T-shirts, that's something that we can wear or can give out to like the homeless people, and someone could read that,
So what I'm going to ask ORCA to do, if they haven't already, and this is going to be, if it works, it's going to be your idea, Ms. Hicks. Metro, it is possible that they charge government agencies less for advertising. And I think you're right. A lot of people who should know about ORCA ride the Metro. Their family members may ride Metro. So whether it's train and bus, I do wonder if there's a way to put some advertisement on those spaces that could help get the word out to others. So I'm going to ask them to look
even at the DMV.
DMV too. That's right. Let me ask a question of Ingrid Mahogany. So you all work with people in LRSP vouchers. What has been your process for getting vouchers for returning citizens? Do you go through ORCA or do you go through another agency?
Well, we go through ORCA.
Okay.
Go through MORCA at this time. And
And how does that work? Do you like have a client and you reach out to MORCA for assistance for that client, or how do you get vouchers to specific people?
well, we were given a specific amount of vouchers.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
Given a specific amount, which was 5. And out of our residents who are completing the program successfully and meet the criteria as far as a certain amount of money, they're looking for certain things on the background and things of that nature. So once we find a resident that meets that criteria, we submit their information package as well as completing the application over to MORCA. And,
Got it.
yeah, then MORCA will let us know if that particular individual meets the criteria or not.
What criteria do you all use?
We use what MORCA gives us as far as the amount of money. They have to make a certain amount of money a year.
Okay.
There are certain charges that they're not able to have on their record.
Okay.
And they must be, just willing to engage in supportive services. That's some of the main, those are some of the main requirements.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then just finally to Mr. Warren, a lot of conversations about housing. This is a huge issue. It's a place we're going to struggle this year in the budget because our budget is has gone down for the first time in a long time. But I'm doing everything I can to make sure we have as much money in housing programs as possible, as much money for vouchers for returning citizens and for seniors as possible. So we've got a lot that we need to figure out. If anybody's being honest, they're going to tell you some of these programs are not going to be funded at the level they were in the past, but we need to do a good job of identifying which ones are the most critical to make sure we get those funding levels up. So that's what we're going to be working hard to do over the next few weeks. So I want to thank everybody for coming to testify. Your testimonies help our work a lot. I get a lot of direction for agencies from these hearings. So I want to thank you all for participating. And we're going to move to our second panel of public witnesses, which will include Ashley Ruff, Abiola Agoro, Alex Kelly, Commissioner Commissioner on Returning Citizens Affairs, Commissioner Larry Moon, ANC Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC Commissioner Chuck Elkins, and ANC Commissioner Kathy Henderson. And give us a moment to get everyone queued up, please. Ashley Ruff, welcome, and you can begin your testimony when you are ready.
Good morning, Councilman White. I'm sorry, I'm out passing out flyers for our community cleanup, so I do apologize.
No problem.
I'm on here as for DuPont Civic Association, but I am also in ANC 47FO2 on the Minnesota Avenue and East Capitol Corridor. I think I'm not even going to take up too much time on testimony. My issue with ANC, well, OANC right now, and the ANC job is that I'm not able to reach my community. Like, I had to get other people to print for me this morning because I can only get 20 prints from the library. And it's a struggle just to get someone to help me to print. But if I'm not getting this information out within a certain amount of time, which if I'm not mistaken is 7 days in advance by law, it causes an issue. That means that we're not having people showing up at our meetings. We're not having people engaged in the community. Our community members don't know what's going on. And I just find it's very, very difficult for me to do my job. And I can't get the resources. I'm already not paid, but I'm taking my money out of my own household. I'm taking care of my son, and I'm a low income parent. I will tell anybody, I apply for all services, food stamps, everything. And that doesn't define me, but it also shows you that I'm not making that much to stand out here and to actually, not be able to afford to keep my community engaged. And so, like I said, I wasn't going to take up much time, but that is my main issue in this job. Just keeping the community engaged and having the resources to keep them engaged. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Abiola, let me remember your last name. Agoro, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Apologize. I was just trying to get this adjusted. Good morning, Chairman White and other city representatives, as well as other members of the committee. My name is Abiola Agoro, and I am the executive director of up-and-coming nonprofit Disturbing Inequity. I would like to first acknowledge and appreciate the access that I have seen during this call so far. The transcript has been almost flawless, and as somebody with an invisible disability, it is so essential that we have that kind of access. Now, my nonprofit Disturbing Inequity considers ourselves agents of the people, much like the public servants that we have here today. We are intentional agents of trying to readdress and allow for services to be more easily, adequately given to other folks. First, before I go into the other portion as well, I would like to show you all a picture of a young man who I make sure I bring up in every single call I'm on, named Milan Stevenson. Milan Stevenson is a disabled veteran who has been out of the ability to have housing, proper food resources for almost 2 years. He is not a returning citizen, but it is important for me to raise his name at every single meeting that we are in as we continue to try and get him properly housed so that he's no longer living near the MLK library outside. Another point that I think this brings is if somebody like Milan, who is a veteran who has served his country, is having a hard time in order of being able to adequately receive services, where does that leave our returning citizens who are most highly impacted by poverty and other means of trying to re-enter themselves? Milan is always on my mind, and I always make it a goal to raise his name every chance I get. He has been pushed aside like many others and left behind, and something that our returning citizens are more than familiar with. As somebody who is disabled today, for example, I would not be able to attend this event due to my severe joint pain without a virtual option. And I acknowledge the privilege I have as somebody who is 25 years old and was ushered into the digital era as a child to an adult. But both hybrid and in-person resources are necessary to accommodate these citizens above all else. And we have had a very large issue with that access and that duality in being able to ensure that returning citizens who do not have the ability to have a cell phone, internet, or other kinds of access are able to actively participate and stay up to date with these kinds of events. Like many people who are returning home from being incarcerated, this access depends entirely upon your family and who you know and where you're able to get by through, which is not an adequate way for our folks to be re-entered into society. A solution that would include and be more than helpful would be including more physical materials, which I know I heard Councilmember White point out earlier is something that people are trying to do. But I would ask not just for physical materials and pamphlets, but for these materials to be distributed through wards 7, 8, and 5, and 6 more specifically over all other wards, since this is the area where we are more likely to see our returning citizens returning to, and these are going to be our highest poverty areas that need to have our highest priorities. An additional this is something that we have been looking at with the ORCA website is trying to get more events hosted in general. There have only been 7 events total hosted on ORCA so far that we can see, and no upcoming events listed. And for folks who are already technologically disadvantaged, not even being able to go on and see the upcoming events is something that's an issue. So being able to have more events, but also see these events further ahead of time to make sure that there is better access would be essential to increasing the ability of our returning citizens to effectively reintegrate into society. We would ask for more hybrid events and increased events to make sure that people with disabilities that do not allow them to attend in person are able to be sufficiently aided, but also so that people who are not as technologically advanced and who benefit from person-to-person interaction are able to benefit as well. Additionally, we would ask for a better collaboration between ORCA and the ANCs to host trainings and events. We understand, like Ms. Ashley said, that ANCs are extremely underfunded. So we would ask for those government entities to be able to more effectively help the ANCs to host these events and trainings so that the citizens are able to access them easier and help get more access in that way. Additionally, and lastly, we ask that housing vouchers be increased at an additional 50 this year. We understand this is a large ask, given everything Councilmember White said earlier, and we are more than ecstatic that it started out at 20 and we're here to where we are at 60 plus. But as we've seen, and especially from citizens who are returning, there has been a significant frustration level building and developing with the lack of transparency when it comes to how these vouchers are being selected. At a private event we did most recently a couple months ago with multiple returning citizens, they found the voucher process to be complex and the actual selection process to be extremely unclear, and felt that it was either luck or relationships to personal people that are in the offices that affected the allocation of who gets the vouchers. That is all for me today. I want to thank the other people who have testified and their dedication to the community. You are everything, and I'm grateful to have you and to work alongside you all. I want to thank Councilmember White for being so attentive and understanding this hearing, as this is not always their experience, and we are really grateful and excited to see this happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public witness is Alex Kelly.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. These are some hard acts to follow. This has been a great hearing to participate in, and I really want to thank the returning citizens that took the time to talk to us. I didn't know anything about MOCRA, and I encourage you to keep putting the word out. In fact, you need to hire Miss Hicks to do it. She has great ideas. Anyway, I want to talk about communication in general. So I want to pick up that theme, putting information out about what's going on, and that this is a struggle that we're having in many areas in our city government. We were hearing about some of the struggles that we've had trying to reach returning citizens, while also in the area of ANCs, this whole issue of communication is just creating a huge barrier to participation. It's not working, and I don't think it's ADA compliant. So much of what's happening is happening online and through means that are not available to everyone. Also, the elderly folks are not able to access it. I think we all know that, and we kind of put up with it because it was temporary, but now it's more than temporary, and events are actually happening. Decisions are being made with people being left out of it. So as soon as possible, we need to get to some kind of joint in-person meetings again. And honestly, you spoke very well about how important ANCs and the ANC system is to our government. It is the avenue for the community to participate. And I know that money's tied everywhere, but this is our democracy. It needs to work. And it can't work without better communication and better support. I would like to suggest, among other things, that we get more creative with our methods, use volunteers, and that the city consider making an investment in providing meeting space and technical assistance for at least the general ANC meetings, maybe one place in the north and one place in the south, something like that, where those tech barriers and meeting space problems can be overcome, because it's not a democracy unless we're able to meet. In addition to that kind of technical assistance and communication assistance, I want to urge you to assist the OANC in finding out how better to serve the ANCs with advice and community members with their questions. The OANC needs an ombudsman. When you call, there's nobody to answer your questions. And they'll tell you there's nobody to answer your questions. We don't have an ombudsman. We don't have anyone to take your phone call. And finally, kind of pulling those things together, what I see is that we're asking way too much of our ANCs. You know, the community has grown, they're serving more people, it's more technical. These people aren't getting paid. They also have to support their families and work. And I believe that that stress and that overburdening is part of what's causing a real decrease in civility and openness. And we see it at our meetings, and we see it that we're getting cut off. That would be another advantage of having tech support at the meetings. It would be nice if the chair wasn't controlling the mic, so that when the chair gets irritated with you, they can't just cut you off. Because the way it works with the video and everything, well, they're not even putting us on video anymore. It's just voice when we're giving our information. And no one even knows that you've been cut off. They think you're satisfied. I see I'm going over time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for having us here today.
I wasn't going to cut you off and have you talk.
Oh, you weren't? Okay.
No. If you need a few more seconds, please do.
I think you understood what I was saying. I just would like to see more support for the ANCs because it's vital to our democracy and our community.
I appreciate it. I'm going to come back to you with a few questions too, so we'll get to talk about this a bit. Commissioner Larry Moon, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Robert White and other panelists. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. I'm going to be kind of brief, and I won't be able to stay on to answer questions. I'm sorry.
No problem.
But I do want to mention the fact that I'm on the commission for Reentry and Return to Citizen Affairs. This is my second term. And I've been able to be a part of the historic process of some of the fundamental great things that you have been a part of, myself as well, and other commissions. And I want to thank you for that. I do want to say that collectively, each and every individual on this call, being a part of a process that has grown from a place where there was no ORCA, there wasn't a lot of resources, there wasn't, it was just, there wasn't funding, none of those things were taking place. It was just individuals coming home and they were just trying to figure it out. And a lot of times they were recommitting because they didn't have a support system. So I do want to recognize that we have come a long way in unison as individuals who has one purpose, and that's to make a transition for individuals who are underserved to be able to, and returning from prison, to be able to make a more smoother transition. I'm one of those individuals. I've been home for 15 years, and I really struggled with returning to society and not really knowing which way to go. So I'm happy to be a part of this process through my experiences, being able to direct individuals and guide them. One of the things that I do know as far as funding, I know that we've had the resume clinic. This is the second annual resume clinic. And I know I talked about that previously. As you had asked me, Councilmember White, one of the ways that I plan to try to strengthen the commission and some of the things that we will be doing. And that's one of the things I mentioned, and we've actually done it. We've done it twice. During this process, we had a little issue with how having the funds, and then how the funds would be allocated, and just the process. So we had an issue with the process and getting vendors, getting food, and there was some discrepancy about that. And so we just ended up coming out of our pockets and just doing the best that we can. We made it happen on 2 occasions. And I don't know if it was a lack of funding. I do know that there were some challenges. And so one of the things that I want to address is that that process of, once we are given the funds, I know there have to be some type of accountability, who's accountable for that process, with knowing where the funds are going, to make this process a little more easier, that once we do have the funds, being able to, individuals who are getting the funds allocated to them, being able to assess and make that transition a little bit more smoother. One of the other things that I'll add this, I'm fortunate to be able to have a job that I go into the confines of Department of Corrections, and a lot of the information I Xerox copy different flyers from different locations, Jubilee, UPO, and I take it in so those individuals can get it. I'm just one individual. I just try to do the best that I can, but I do know that if there were more funding, we probably could have something set up with the commission that we're able to do that. We're able to have individuals to do that on specific days. And because it's just me doing it, just one individual, there's probably a lot of individuals who are not getting served who don't know about different services all over the city. And there's a lot of services. And I do want to add that I just recently went to a job fair, a ORCA job fair. There were so many different individuals, and I did collect flyers and I Xeroxed them, and I made sure that they got into DC Department of Corrections. One of the things I do want to add is that's just the DC Department of Corrections. We have individuals who are all over the world in different federal institutions, and a lot of them just, they just don't know about a lot of the resources that's available to them. And they come home, and there's some of the resources that they would normally access because they don't know, that could make a difference in the decisions that they make and the choices that they make. I do want once again commend you and other commissions on the Restore the Vote Act, that sitting down and combining information and making that happen. I do get a lot of positive reviews from individuals who now have the right to vote and have the right to have their voices heard. And I do urge those individuals on various occasions to reach out to address different issues that they face. In closing, I am on the commission, the subcommittee, the housing subcommittee, and fortunately, I'm able to navigate through the city, meet different individuals, and try to gather information to address different housing resources and barriers. And I can imagine that having, an increased funds would allow for it not just to be me who does it on my personal time, but other individuals who can assist me or I can assist them, and just be in that position to be able to reach different individuals, because it takes. Yeah.
You're over 2 minutes over time.
I'm sorry. Okay. No problem. That's it.
Yeah.
In closing. Thank you, sir.
Aubrey, thank you. I appreciate you being with us. Commissioner Trupti Patel, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. How are you today?
I'm doing
looks
well.
like they broke up the magic. Usually I'm the last person on the panel.
That's right.
I'm in the middle and I'm not at work today. So
I'm always wondering.
So, I just want to start off by saying thank you for having this hearing so we can enter our comments into the public record. My name is Trupti Patel. I'm a third-term ANC commissioner that represents Single Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. And I want to start off by saying that I fully support the recommendations and testimony of my advisory neighborhood commissioner colleague, Chuck Elkins, on how to best improve the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. Let's just keep it real. The new budget released by Mayor Bowser is a complete disappointment. This budget doesn't send a message about the importance and vital role that ANCs play in local governance. When I testified before you last year, I was hopeful that the OANC would be better. Please don't misunderstand me. This is not a criticism of OANC nor Director Kent Bass. Colleagues, we're excited for new leadership in Kent Bass and new energy in OANC. I want to assure you that Director Bass and OANC have been delivering. What I need you to know is that it is still not enough. It's deeply unfair to handicap Director Bass and OANC to do way more than they should be tasked to do, especially when they're still understaffed and not even given the proper budget to scratch the surface of what ANCs need, as my colleague, Commissioner Ruff, has already expressed. We have 6 new ANC commissions that are starting from scratch, along with nearly 50 new single member districts. That's not counting freshman ANCs who stepped in after more senior and seasoned colleagues stepped down. Commissioners left echoing that they didn't feel supported by OANC and their ANC colleagues whom they served with. There are at least 2 ANC commissions that I know of that had complete turnover. I'm flagging this as I'm one of those ANCs who's feeling extremely burnt out and exhausted by the lack of support. COVID made serving our constituents even more challenging, and I believe it is led to the incredible mass exodus of the last 2 election cycles. Returning ANCs see the hard work OANC and Director Bass has done, and there hasn't been one complaint said by a single ANC colleague that I know, and I know quite a few about his leadership. What freshmen and returning ANCs are seeing is the lack of infrastructure due to a lack of funding for OANC. It's disheartening when a steep learning curve is happening with little to no support perceived by freshman members. More seasoned commissioners such as myself are hearing how important we are to the EC Council to keep the nation's capital moving. But at the same time, we're not given the respect our rules require of us in the form of adequate funding to ensure we are able to execute. Colleagues feel there is no sense of urgency in addressing the needs that have been expressed when asked. Now, add on top of that bullying and harassment that ANCs go through, not only from colleagues, but members of the public. Honestly, it's the Wild West out here, and it's literally Survivor Island, with the ANCs claiming privately they don't like seeing bullying and harassment, but won't stand with ANCs public or stay silent due to the power dynamics. And in some cases, we're not even believed. OANC has been empathetic, but sadly, I'm feeling that they're not equipped to deal with this aspect of what ANCs go through due to the lack of following, lack of funding. There's not even a budgeted staffer to handle this alone. Lack of infrastructure. They've got to serve 400 of us, and the staff is still underwater. Every agency and entity I speak to or wish to file a complaint says that it's not in their purview. So I'm here to ask you, where do I go? Who do I go to? Councilmember White, you know, you've already committed to finding a solution, and I'm really grateful for that. You've sadly informed us already that this budget is going to be woefully lacking. Both you and I are presenting facts, but know those facts, at least in my case, are feelings as well. If anything, the bullying and harassments ANC are receiving have increased tenfold, with no end in sight, and the feeling of blatant disregard for those on the receiving end. It is ugly, deeply pervasive, and toxic. It drives out good people from continuing to serve this city. So I'm here to ask you to please ensure that the funding I, along with several ANCs, fought for last year is kept in its entirety. As it seems, I'm going to have to come back and fight another day to solve the issue of bullying and harassment. Thank you for letting me enter my comments into the public record, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you.
Same.
So I am the ANC Commissioner for Wesley Heights, and also, as you know, the chair of the district-wide advisory committee to OANC for services. We call ourselves ACTOS. And as you know, we created this committee 2 years ago, consisting of 2 ANC commissioners from each of the 8 wards. Now, what I'm going to say next, you already know, Mr. Chairman, but I want to say it for the record. We now have 345 ANC commissioners across the district. They are the eyes and ears of the district government at the micro grassroots level. As you know, they help residents understand the district policies and services. They lend a hand to residents who are having trouble accessing these services. And when they observe certain government programs failing to achieve the desired results, which unfortunately is too often, they act as program evaluators to help diagnose the problem and suggest solutions. And these tasks are very similar, quite frankly, to those tasks that are conducted by council members, but more at a macro level. So these 345 commissioners are, in effect, an extension of your offices at the more micro grassroots level. And if they didn't exist, you would have to greatly increase your staff for constituent services, I'm sure. Now, these 345 commissioners also work with residents, many times committees and other groups to do this work, and they all are supported by the tiny office of OANC with 9.5 staff members. And yes, thank you, it's 9.5 instead of 5. We appreciate that, and we're looking forward to the new ones being hired. Now, this staff is very competent. They work hard. They believe very strongly in their mission, and they're led by a dedicated and very competent director. But they simply do not have the resources to do it well. And yet $1 spent on supporting OANC is multiplied many times over by the volunteer hours that are enabled by each of those dollars. And so increases to OAN's budget are needed this year. And in my written testimony, I've laid out a number of those pressing needs based on the work of our Actos Committee. And just as one example, ANC commissioners spend most of their time, as you know, working with the various district agencies and departments. It's no secret that these relationships sometimes do not go smoothly, and the district's programs suffer as a result. However, OANC has no allocated funds or staff to help make these relationships better. Last November, almost 50% of our sitting ANC commissioners chose not to run for office again. That was a huge loss of talent and knowledge. And I'm confident that one of the core reasons for their departure was the frustration of not being able to make a big enough difference for their neighbors because of the lack of support from the rest of the district government, including OANC. Now, you mentioned that we're in tight budget times, and I think we know that because we've read the newspaper, and we realize that few, if any, programs in the district government are going to get everything they want or need. And we have a special problem, I think, because Director Bay's testimony shows that OANC needs an infusion of money just to stay even for where they were. And of course, I've laid out additional resources that I think they need. But whatever the committee is able to do to help OANC financially this year, and I hope it's considerable, I would urge the committee also to make it easier for OANC to use the resources it already has efficiently and flexibly. The office is now constrained by several factors that hinder it from making progress. And please don't count on the mayor to help out. History has shown she won't do that. But the council does have the power to modify some of these constraints. And I want to list what those are with the hope that the committee can do something about it. First of all, move OANC from the mayor's contracting office to the council's contracting office. Secondly, give OANC the ability to award contracts below a set dollar level without going through the normal contracting procedures. The council can set guardrails to prevent abuse of this authority. I've suggested some in my submitted testimony. Third, give OANC broader statutory authority to use the technical assistance funds in a way that can help ANCs get their work done. The current statute is too narrow and too prescriptive. And finally, give OANC flexibility to use the current staff allocation in a common sense manner. For example, 2 of the new staff members are specified to work in supporting ANCs with regard to zoning. This is important, and while this may be their primary function, I believe the council should allow OANC the flexibility to assign them additional tasks consistent with OANC's support mission. So in short, in tight budget times, it's important to allow responsible program managers such as Director Bays to orchestrate the flexible use of his staff and financial resources so that success is not hindered by artificial constraints that might have made sense in times of extra resources or under a different management of OANC, but which now prevent sensible use of resources in this time of a tight budget. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. And finally, for this panel, Commissioner Kathy Henderson, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White.
Kathy Henderson. I am 5D06. I am an award-winning advisory neighborhood commissioner, and I am serving my 11th term. I understand the role of ANCs very well, and I can tell you that there are some long-standing problems with the office of ANC. I don't take any issue with Mr. Bass, Commissioner Bass specifically, because he inherited some serious issues that warrant your oversight, your inquiry, and your follow-up. And there's some things that are going on that are frankly just mind-boggling and unlawful. My last term as the 5D05 commissioner ended in 2018. When I left and I chaired the commission, I did chair the commission, and I made sure that we had at least $108,000 in the budget. And that money is supposed to be used for specific lawful purposes, which it was. And the commission then wanted to give it away to their friends and do other things. And I made sure that I protected these funds from unlawful uses. Well, after I left, the commission is now down to about $26,000. They've given away money to their friends for food. They purchased flat screen TVs, equipments, $130 tablecloths. Money has been given to individuals identified as Sydney homeowner, individuals to clean the streets, which is unlawful. I mean, it's absurd. There's no accountability. There's barely any documentation. There is no documentation that the public can't access it. I had difficulty accessing. It's on a drive. If you don't go through the drive, then you have to engage the staff, which I did, to access this information. And frankly, I was flabbergasted. The commission has been behaving more like a gang. They're using the public pandemic to evade the public. As you're aware, as many in the viewing audience are aware, COVID centers are going to close down operation effectively at the end of the month, underscoring that most people are vaccinated and we have a handle on the pandemic that allows us to return to normal functioning. I support having hybrid meetings to facilitate engaging the public widely in the matters of ANCs. ANCs serve as a liaison between the council, the citizens they represent, the mayor, and all of the district agencies. And that's our role. And we wouldn't have this a divide and competition with the mayor's office of returning citizen affairs if we empowered the ANCs to effectively undertake our roles. I engage with those persons in my single member district who have those challenges, and I point them in the direction of services, and I provide them with service. There's a $300,000 different oversight regarding ANCs that behave in ways that are inappropriate. In each of the meetings where I participated, the now chair, who is also a returning member from the last commission, and he was the vice chair previously, I mean, he engages in behavior that's frankly, it's unlawful. Muting me unnecessarily. Initially, we started the January meeting with using the chat to have people, surrogates, attack me. One of the persons that was attacking me and referring to me as a cretin is an engineer from DC Water, a 76-year-old engineer from DC Water, which is ridiculous. For the February meeting, the chairperson who controls the platform muted the chat and has limited the ability of citizens to effectively participate. You can't get into the chat, you can't ask questions, and you can't even see the presentation. During this last meeting, the chairperson actually disconnected me and then tried to say that I lost a connection, like I don't know how to use, a web-based platform, which is ridiculous. I actually have a meeting, a message that says you cannot re-enter the meeting because the host removed you.
That is a violation of my civil rights, and it's a violation of the approximately 2,100 citizens I represent. You cannot prevent our participation in meetings. They don't want to. I like going door to door handing out flyers. I've even used the city administrator's office to print out flyers. They don't want to reimburse you for flyers. You have to have that voted on in a meeting. I mean, there are all kinds of anomalies and unlawful behavior that is going unchecked. The office needs additional staffing. It needs additional funding. You need to remove the general counsel because that person does not appear to be equipped to handle basic FOIA requests or, the simple things that commissioners need. The office does not serve as a resource to commissioners. It serves as a backdoor watch organization to see what commissioners are up to. That's inappropriate. So I see that my time is up. I'm available for questions. The testimony that I will submit is actually very lengthy, and I thank you for the opportunity to be heard here today.
Thank you very much, and thank each of you for being with us to testify. Some overlaps in these testimonies. Ashley Ruff, let me clarify something if you're still with us. I know you are multitasking. Let me just give a moment to see if you're still with us. All right, I'll come back to you if you can hear me. Abiola Agoro, you raised something. If you are still with us, there we are. You raised something that is a big concern of mine. I have not personally heard of any allegations that relationships affect the distribution of vouchers, but this is something that I have seen in other agencies before. And when you don't have a clear criteria, you always run this risk of waste, fraud, and abuse. And almost everybody testified in the first panel about the need for more housing vouchers. We've got to at least make sure they're going to the right people in some sensible order. So I appreciated your testimony on this. I think there was a lot of really good feedback in your testimony for ORCA, focusing, prioritizing. We don't have funding to do everything. Prioritize the wards with the greatest needs in terms of distributing materials and publicizing. Let people know sort of what events are happening and where. Let me ask you this. You thought ORCA should do more events. What kinds of events would be helpful? I don't want to see any agency sort of doing events for the sake of doing events. What type of events would be helpful in your estimation?
Yeah, I think I know that there have been some job fairs in the past. I think that is an essential thing, especially job fairs that people that are reentering are actually eligible for, because I know that the problem that happens generally at a lot of job fairs is the actual opportunities that are presented are not, the people that come to them are actually not eligible for them. And so I think that's something that's really important to really make sure that we are highlighting. I think on top of that, we could easily do a lot more events that clarify some of the housing voucher process, that clarify the housing process, generally speaking. Realistically, events that are just geared towards people who are reentering, that allow for them to reintegrate society, events that teach them about how to get your phone, how to go and get your birth certificate. Just kind of, I think events geared towards reentering would be extremely helpful in that aspect. That can kind of clarify, because there is a lot of information online, but let's be honest, especially if you've been incarcerated for 20, 30 years, you're already having to relearn how to use a computer, you're having to relearn how to do all these things, and your brain is just going to be exhausted. So I think making sure that we're not putting the burden on these people, and our goal and focus is to make sure that we are, essentially pushing them easily into a reentry process would be so beneficial. And I've seen ORCA do them. I just haven't seen many of them recently, I think is a big concern. And I know some other folks on here probably have some other examples of other events that could be extremely beneficial, but those are the first kind of events that I think would be first and foremost helpful.
I appreciate it. I think you're right. Jobs and housing, those are the biggest things people need. Focus there. And my recollection from our oversight hearing a month and a half ago is that ORCA was doing or was about to do more job fairs. So we'll have to check in with them and to make sure they're getting that information out in every way possible.
And at an early rate possible would be so great, because I know
That's
especially
right.
for people we know, if they could just, I know pamphlets and printing are not cheap, but if they could put pamphlets, especially like MLK Library, if they could put pamphlets at the front a month ahead of time that say, hey, this event is happening, people will find it, they will see it, they just have to know about it early enough to make sure they can get access, they can get work off, whatever it might be.
That's right. And we heard from Mr. Allen's testimony in the last panel, but he hadn't even gotten the job yet. Just the idea that he might get a job in the near future is huge. It is life-changing. So I really appreciate that. And thank you for your testimony and the work that you do. Ms. Kelly, something I want to get clarification on for you. You suggested that OANC needs an ombudsman. Let me give some context to my question first. We have, over the past several years, almost doubled the size of the agency. It's still a very small agency. But even in it being a small agency, they have vacant positions. So we haven't yet seen OANC at its sort of full capacity. That's not going to be enough, but I at least want to make sure we have an idea of sort of what they look like, where the gaps are when they have full capacity. But you suggested a specific position of an ombudsman. What's the gap you're looking to fill with an ombudsman?
The gap is these disputes that you've been hearing this morning. What if I'm asking a question and I'm muted before I finished asking it, and then they answer it, but I'm not able to say, that's not what I really meant. This is what I'm trying to find out. Or being, any of those muting things, for one thing. If that happens to you, what should you do? As law-abiding people, we don't want to scream at someone. We don't want to call them names. I've heard something about bullying. It's extremely frustrating. And you can't figure out who to call or who could perhaps intervene to clarify the rules about public access or anything just to make this go just a little smoother and make it work a little better when people are overstressed, as we all have been since the pandemic. I realized I forgot to make one other point, if you don't mind. It is that many of our agencies are required to accept public input. And it's my experience that those agencies have push that off onto the ANCs. So you have, for instance, every single question about pothole filling and changes in parking and bike lanes and everything else that DDOT is required by law to seek public input. And they're putting as many of those as they can off onto the ANCs and saying, we're going to send one letter to the chair of the ANC or to each ANC, telling them that we want to make this street one way. And that's it. Then the ANC has to figure it out. So then the ANC is holding hearings with screaming neighbors and everybody's upset and all that. And then the ANC doesn't even really have power, because I find that some of those agencies are actually just paying lip service to the idea that they're accepting public comment. They get a letter from the ANC. We had one recently in my neighborhood where, after many meetings and much debate, our ANC wrote a letter with 16 requests for a change to our street, saying, okay, they even approved it, they agreed, but asked for 16 other little changes to the plan. And they got back a letter 10 months later, the day after the project started, denying all 16 of them. And I don't even think they were going to send a letter, except someone objected because they'd never sent the letter. So
on the ombudsman piece, I don't think one of the a lot of this is related. It's from constituents to ANCs and from ANCs to agencies. If I'm connecting the ombudsman conversation in the most recent issue you just raised. One of the gaps that seemed obvious to me is the need for a general counsel, and others have raised this over the years. So that's one that we funded that I think has not yet been filled. And I suspect that is for now where a lot of those concerns will land. I'm increasingly trying to make sure I set expectations early. So if there are gaps, we can, discuss them or think about them over time. Commissioners are elected officials. Whoever, whether it's the general counsel or an ombudsman, it's going to be a high bar for them to overrule an elected official. There's so much discretion given, I think appropriately so, even if I don't like the outcomes a lot of times, to elected officials, who have to run these meetings. So, I do think that there's always going to be some tension between the rulings and actions of a chair or an elected official and, people who don't feel heard. Challenge for elected officials is to make sure we are listening to people, make sure people feel heard and that you're taking things into account. But and not everybody handles things the same way. But I do think that when a general counsel is brought on board, some of these things will have a place to live. The other issue, so we have added just over the past couple of years, a program analyst for training and onboarding, 2 staff for participation in planning, a general counsel and an IT specialist. As I said earlier, the office has never been fully staffed, but what I noticed was that we're doing ad hoc changes every year. And at some point, you have to reimagine the office of ANC and say, okay, what do we want this thing to be in 5 years and 10 years? Let's define that so that we know where we're going each year and can get the funding. Where I struggle over the years is we'd funded these new positions, we had given new funding to the office of ANC, and things still weren't moving at all. I'm still hearing the same complaints for ANCs. So we needed a new director. To be very frank, and the strategic plan got put on hold to wait for a new director. So now we have a new director coming on board, and I'm going to check in today to see where the strategic planning process is. But I want to make sure there is a central place that's not, the committee that is more working in concert with commissioners over time on that vision and where the growth needs to be to make sure that we have a shared understanding and shared vision. And I think some of these things will be caught there. But I hate hearing commissioners or others testify that they don't have enough support because it's a hard job. And you need a lot of support. So I have the same goal that you do. I'm going to work very hard to make sure OANC doesn't move backwards in terms of performance, but also in terms of funding. I think Commissioner Patel, said, please don't reduce funding. I'm going to work very hard to make sure we don't do that. But in tight budget years, I suspect we're going to have a few. We're going to have to be very thoughtful and strategic about what additional resources we are working together to add. But we first have to hire all the people who have been funded. So all that to say, I share the goals that everybody has testified about. We've been working together incrementally over years to staff up, expand the capacity of the office, and we're going to have to figure out what's next and how many of these issues persist after the office is fully funded.
Can I just add one thing? As you're talking about reinventing, I'd like you to consider the opposite side of the coin, which is besides giving them more support, perhaps we should re-examine the role of the ANC so that they're not responsible for all of the tech. So it's not that there's someone there to help them, it's that they don't have to do the tech. And also someone to defend them against this over dependence on them in that, it's really easy for, in my example, DDOT to say, well, we don't have to fund 12 positions to go out and do community engagement. We'll just make the ANCs do it, but they don't have a budget for that.
Yeah,
to help them. So just reimagining the role, I think, would be another thing to consider.
I hear that, and I appreciate that input. I see that as a crucial part of the strategic plan. Commissioner Elkins, you requested to move OANC, they're contracting from the mayor's contracting to the councils. Why? What do you hope would be accomplished in that move?
Well, I can't promise that it would make a big change, but I think it might very well make a big change. as you will hear from the director, it's taking him 8 months to get a copy machine. And as I said in my written testimony, in corporate America, it would have taken a month or less.
Yeah.
I don't think the mayor is giving OANC any priority or any help. One of you mentioned the fact that they haven't hired these positions yet. Part of it is they've got to get through the personnel office, and maybe I would amend my testimony to say not only the contracts, but also into the personnel services for the council. I don't mean that you're overstaffed at the council level, but I think maybe there would be a shorter line and they would get more support. I think they're last in line in the mayor's office. And if they cannot contract, then they are limited to simply what their staff can do. If they're allowed to contract with using some of this money that you've provided them, they can provide us more services, but they have to be able to contract for them.
I will need to work with the director to understand how much of that is process and bureaucracy and how much of that is what the law requires. Government is frustratingly slow. I say that as a fact. I do not accept it as something that must be. So I'll work to understand what the gap is. If we work on making a change, I would want to make sure the change makes things better and not just different. So I'll try to understand what's happening there. One other thing in your testimony, I'd like to get some clarification on, Commissioner Elkins. You suggested giving OANC authority to use the technical assistance fund more broadly, that the current statute is too narrow and restrictive. How so?
Oh, it's really very frustrating. If you'll take a look at the statute for the technical assistance fund, it's written as, I like to read it as examples of how the funds can be given, but that's not the way it's being read. And I can understand that. I think the director can tell you he went recently when I made a proposal for $975 to produce a digest of what all the ANCs were producing each month in terms of resolution, so we would know what our fellow ANCs were doing and could essentially join forces on some of these common issues. I was told, well, I think he had to go to OAG, Office of the Attorney General, to get some advice about whether that could be funded. Finally concluded it could not be funded under the very strict wording of the statute. So I would ask, once again, this is a case where I agree you should ask the director rather than me, since I'm not running the office. Yeah. But I think he can give you examples of where this language is really restrictive. And I have a feeling that is not what the council had in mind, that you had in mind, that where an ANC really had a need, that would be something that could be funded under the technical assistance fund.
All right, I'll look into that and I'll check in with the director on it. Commissioner Patel, I hear you feeling burnt out, and other commissioners feeling burnt out. This is a big part of the reason I really want to get this strategic plan moving in a real way, and get the office fully staffed up where they are. And then beyond that, all of us are looking beyond where things are. And so, I'm going to push with everything I have to make sure Director Bates and team are getting fully staffed up and pushing the strategic planning process along as quickly as possible so that we can make the case to the rest of the council and to the city. Here are the needs. Let's get to work, funding those needs. It's not going to be, I don't think, some outrageous, number or thing, but it will add clarity on where the agency is going and what's needed. And this should be based on, not other people, but commissioners. What do commissioners need? And what do you and then we collectively envision as the future of ANCs in the office of ANC? I do think that you're not alone in feeling burnt out. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of grief. It is not a lot of thanks. And then it's agencies, as Ms. Kelly testified, putting more on you and then still not listening sometimes. So that is not a fun process. And most commissioners take the role very seriously. They put everything they have into it, and that comes at a cost. So I just want to recognize that I do hear your testimony, and I will be working very aggressively, as I've tried to do in the past, to make sure we're getting you all the support you need.
I appreciate that, Councilmember White. And, like I said, ANC2A has 5 new commissioners. I think a lot of them really feel overwhelmed. And, because I'm also going through burnout, I find myself getting very frustrated with some of my newer colleagues, because part of me is like, how can you not know what to do? And then I catch myself and realize, like, I was a freshman once too. And I had a lot of these same concerns, and it is just it is literally, and like I said, it is not a slight against OANC. It is just, I think we really underestimate how much level of a support that ANCs just need to just not only do our jobs, but do them right, do them well, and do them effectively, so that nothing is falling through the cracks, and the community and the councils be able to work, cohesively and connectively in addressing a lot of the serious issues this city is facing. And as you've stated at the beginning of this hearing, like this budget's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough. I mean, a lot of people still need help, and the vital safety net programs that everyone needs is getting cut. And so that's going to put more pressure on ANCs, because those same community members are going to come to us and say, well, I can't go to this agency, so I'm coming to you. And then I in turn have to come to you, council member, because you're the only other person I have to come to.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So I think we have a similar focus here. Commissioner Henderson, your testimony was clear to me. One question I have, I guess concern that I want to get clarification on, and I may need to get clarification from the director as well. I guess I would characterize it as, you say the commission has wasted money or misspent money. Funds that commissions spend has to be approved by the OANC. So do you have concerns about what the OANC requires for approving commission spending?
Well, I can tell you this, council member, that when I was getting the supporting documentation that wasn't on their website, that I had to go fishing for, I worked with the program analyst assigned to the OANC, and frankly, she was surprised by some of those expenditures, because they were clearly, they look fraudulent. They look fraudulent on their face. So how was the money even dispersed in the first place? I mean, we're talking about $85,000. Again, 130, they started with $130 tablecloths. I mean, what kind of tablecloths, are you spending? That's ridiculous. Where is that 50-inch flat screen TV? We have an office where we could easily go hybrid. We have an office. I don't even have a key to the office. I have requested the key, but because of the gang mentality, I have not been provided with a key. And now there are 2 additional commissioners. So initially we started out with 7 keys to the office. Now there needs to be 9, but I know I don't have one. So we can go hybrid. Most people in ANC 5D that live, the residents, don't even know when the commission meetings are. Then they have to go through this onerous process of registering for the meeting. The chair may or may not approve the registration, and it's just absurd. But it's more specifically to your question, these expenditures are flatly illegal, yet they were made. They were made. So who's watching the taxpayer funds? It can't be just me. There should be a mechanism in that office where staff is empowered to make sure that ANCs are not spending money inappropriately.
Appreciate that. A couple years ago, I was hearing multiple testimonies with the opposite problem. OANC was not approving things that commissioners felt were clearly in the best interest of their community. This is the first time I'm hearing a testimony that things might have swung too far the other way. There is a new system, a QFR system software that I believe OANC is procuring that should add more transparency on this. It should make it easier to upload documents, should make it easier to find documents, to your point as well about trying to dig up the background information. So I'll look into that as well, because I always want to make sure things don't become slush funds. I want to get to our directors.
If I may, council member, just one brief point. It's not just an ease of uploading documents. These rogue commissioners didn't seem to have any difficulty uploading the documents. It's the face of the documents. Sydney Householder, Christian Fellowship Organization for cleaning the streets. DPW cleans our streets. We can't give a grant for cleaning the streets.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
So nobody's watching.
I guess I was suggesting your difficulty in finding the documents is something that shouldn't be as difficult. That's one part of the process. Approval is the big thing. Folks have got to keep their eye on this. Somebody's approving these expenditures. So this is something that we have to look into, because
the office is out of control, and it's not, and I'm not going to blame this on Mr. Bass, Commissioner Bass, because he's just getting to the office and he has a ton of issues to sort through. The office has been operating inappropriately for some time. And I thank you for their support that you provided for the office, but we need to have an overhaul of that office. We need to look at each and every staff for what they do. I know I've reached out to your office multiple times. I still don't have access to the ANC email address, which is supposed to be for my convenience. But one final thing, and I still want to request an opportunity to meet with you to address the concerns that extend far beyond the length of time I have for this hearing. But I want to make sure that I make one final point, is that the meetings, we need transparency, and the agencies should not be sending one lone document to the chairperson, assuming that the chairperson is going to share with the other commissioners. The agencies must share information with each commissioner. We have buildings that are being taken down, rogue. I've asked the Department of Buildings for permits and raise permits and documentation. These people are just knocking buildings down, erecting pop-ups, and without any type of input from the commission, from the citizens, and it's inappropriate. And ANC 5D did engage a zoning attorney, but didn't take any positions with BZA or the zoning commission on all these rogue buildings. So there's a problem here, a serious problem.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Elkins.
Just one last thing, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the strategic plan. I think that's very important for the reasons you laid out. I want to suggest, however, that the ACTOs did conduct a survey, which is attached to my testimony, which gives us a leg up on what commissioners need. And so I would hope that this strategic plan is something that could be put together in time for next year's oversight hearing. This is not something that should drag out over the next 2 years. It's not easy to do that, but I think with participation of the ANC commissioners across the district can be done. So I would hope that we not let this go on for 2 years. Let's come back to next year's budget. Let's hope the money is more available next year, and that you'll have a plan on which you can act at that point.
I agree. I agree with that timeline. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who participated in this panel as well. As I said to the last panel, this really helps us to make sure we're looking at the right things, hearing feedback on how our agencies and their programs are operating. So I appreciate you all being a very important part of this process. With that, we're going to turn to our government witnesses, starting with OANC. I will welcome Director Kent Bass with the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions, and I will give him a moment to get queued up.
Hey, I made it.
Here we are. Director, welcome. As you probably know by now, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I will ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Thanks. And I hope you don't mind. I've already submitted my testimony previously. I do not intend to read through it. I think I will reference it. What I think will be most useful is for us to have a conversation about some of the priorities and things I've put in the testimony, and to dedicate time to answering any questions that may have come up from the panels of witnesses. As you know, and as has been already said, we have 49 new single member districts this year, which has had its own impacts on the budget, probably not surprisingly. In looking at what was proposed before us, I was relatively pleased that the base funding for the staffing of this office and our basic operations, as well as the core funding to support our ANCs, at least was not diminished. I do have some concerns with the, with the $363,000 reduction in other services and charges, for reasons I will go into in a minute. I did point out that we have, partially in response to the committee report last year, we have been far more aggressive with training. We have heard loud and clear that training is required and needed. We're trying to expand that. We're really dedicated to it. And I believe we've even had 4 training sessions since the performance oversight hearing in areas that I consider important, such as ethics, FOIA, language access, so and OAG zoning. We also have upcoming zoning from the Office of Zoning. So interesting dynamics there, because they don't necessarily see eye to eye with regards to implementation of equity in the planning process. So perhaps to commend you on your foresight, why we may need more expertise in land use in this office, because our agencies aren't always in alignment with how to implement policies and in the law. So we need more help to suss that out, which is a good lead in to, you have referenced a couple of times that this office has 9 FTEs, that we're not fully staffed. I am painfully aware of that, and happy to say that 2 of those 4 vacancies are currently sitting with DCHR so that they can be put forward and announced. Since the performance oversight, we have gotten the PDs written. They're being classified, reviewed, both for what their the salary level would be and the qualifications to make sure that we hire correct. And DCHR actually has been excellent. It took us a while to find them. Being a quote unquote independent agency has some interesting challenges, as you feel constantly like the hot potato being passed around the room until someone steps up and says, oh no, we can help you. But to that point, one of the surprises of that process was that, again, being independent and needing to use DCHR, discovered that we also needed to enter into an MOU. Fortunately, it was only $9,281, but this is an MOU that this office did not have last year, though in previous years we have had it. And so this was not an MOU that we submitted to you as part of the performance oversight, but I do want you to be aware of it because it has happened subsequently, and it is not out of alignment with past year's practice, just not something that this office did last year. Going down the list, things that I thought were really important for you to know, some of it being in an accounting of where we are, but also funding that may need to come down the pike. As you referenced, we do have the DeGray software that is funded and procured for this year that's going to roll out soon for the ANC QFR approval process. This is a service that we've been working on for quite some time. We had hoped that it would have been rolled out by now. It got a little snagged in Octo, of all things, for a very small dollar amount that needed to be reprogrammed. That has happened. That has been released. So we do expect that we will be starting training on this soon. That was $41,000, well, just shy of $42,000 in FY23. But more importantly for this conversation, it's important that as we stand up these services, as we expand our support of ANCs, it does have long-term implications. And that implication in this case is in FY24, there's going to be a $14,400 cost for service. That is, that it is what it is, but that's what will keep the service going. Also, I've heard reference to the high capacity printer. That has been procured. We are negotiating a delivery date and trying to find an appropriate place in the building, in the Wilson building, for that to live. In my opinion, it has to be someplace that is freely accessible to commissioners 24/7. So trying to figure out where that will be, but we have met with the vendor and we're talking, going through the final steps for what that delivery will look like. I'm happy to report on that one that while the budgeted amount was $20,000, the actual cost was $10,500. So in that instance, we did spend $9,500 less than you budgeted. So that's wonderful. Granicus. Granicus is also something that we're finally like just short of rolling out. So Granicus is a communication software that will allow the commissions to create electronic email lists down to the SMD level. And because it's attached to the SMD level, as commissioners change, the list can stay connected to the SMD and not leave with the commissioner. And then because of the hierarchy, those lower lists can be fed up into an ANC level list for an all ANC communication, and OANC will take on the admin role. So the cost this year is $83,200, but the cost next year will be $78,450. So if this was in the budget, if this was identified as a one-time cost, it should not have been a one-time cost. The other thing I do want to point out before I get into a little bit more broader way of thinking is the hybrid kits, which, excuse me, in the hybrid kits, I believe last year our office had advocated that we needed $420,000 for those kits. You'll have to excuse me. I'm coming off of I went to Phoenix last week and caught a cold, but I'm almost done, so forgive me for that.
No problem.
You go to the warm weather to get the bad health, right? So last year, excuse me, we'd advocated for 10 hybrid kits and estimated that to cost $420,000. What I noticed in reviewing the mayor's budget is it looks like only $210,000 was put in the budget specifically for the hybrid kits, which means we had a shortfall of $219,944, which was made up from the technical assistance fund. Now, I also know last year that I believe you had inquired if it would have been cheaper to just engage a company and do it directly. We investigated that. And for the 40 ANCs at that time, what we were quoted was that that would be a $2 million expenditure per year, which was significantly more. So we didn't do that. So, I mean, the good news is we were able to, and we have just gotten the hybrid kits in the system as procured. So that's great news. I think that the way it was written into the contract is optimistic. Well, shall I say optimistic or pessimistic? We have like a final delivery date as the end of the fiscal year, but we were told that that was a very generous date and that we should be expecting the kits much sooner than that, which is great because I want them as soon as possible. But I think that the hybrid kits in particular bring up a question, and it's more of a philosophical question. You know, the council has talked about, I know we've talked about the idea that the legislation that allows hybrid meetings or virtual meetings needs to become a permanent piece of legislation. So my question is, if it becomes permanent, are 8 kits enough? I suspect they aren't. Now, maybe it's a matter of when do we want to do this? Do we want to do it? Do we want to do it in FY24? Can it wait till FY25? Considering how long it's taken us to get to the 8 kits, and I will be honest, maybe it will be faster the second time around now that we've done it once. But the question is, should we be like proactively looking at getting another 8 kits? So that's kind of a philosophical question. And as such, I've put it in the budget as something to be considered. I would also posit that because the kits that we're procuring integrate well with Zoom, and I know that not all commissions use Zoom, then the question becomes, should we procure a small number of Zoom accounts so that if a commission doesn't have Zoom and they need to do a hybrid meeting, then we can provide them with the credentials and we can set up the technology for them. We can set up the meeting announcement and all of that, so they don't have to do it, but they have something to use. But I would also say that if we want to think about that as far as Zoom accounts, over time, whether it's something that you want to, you know, embrace this year or in the near future, I think from a use of public money perspective, it would make sense for OANC to purchase a number of Zoom accounts that were available to all commissions, rather than having 46 commissions by 46 Zoom accounts. We know that on any given week, we don't need 46 accounts, and there's no day of any month where 46 meetings are happening at any one time. So I would say there's a lot of inefficiency there. And if you actually want to think more towards an efficient use of public resources or government resources, it might make sense for us to look at the calendar, figure out what our maximum number of virtual meetings would be needed on any given week, taking into account open meeting or the public meetings and the committee meetings, and that would probably be the number that we would ultimately need. Again, right now, I think it would make sense to have a number of Zoom accounts that match the number of hybrid kits, so that if we're providing a hybrid kit to a commission, we also can give them the Zoom component if they don't have it. Now, before I get into the line items, I also want to say, in addition to the MOU with DCHR that caught us by off guard, the other thing that redistricting did was it put OANC on the hook for $25,750 a year. And that is the number of licenses OCTO needed to secure in order to cover the increase of email addresses for commissioners. OCTO has been very clear that they provide the core number of licenses that were required of them several years ago, and they do that with all the other agencies. But all the additional slots, all the additional licenses, whether it's us or DDOT or any other agency, OCTO has been requiring the individual agency to purchase the additional. So I don't think there's a way to get around that, unless of course the mayor wants to increase the budget for OCTO and then remove this from us. Now, I'll close by going to the chart that I had below. I know that the OANC website was funded last year. I'm putting it in here again because I'm not completely convinced that the hybrid kits didn't wipe that out. If I find differently, happy, I'd be thrilled, because as you mentioned, the comp plan, or excuse me, the strategic plan needs to happen, and the redesign of the website needs to happen. going on to the last page, the technical assistance fund. Again, since we had to tap into that, it's really up to the committee. Is that something that you want to replenish, or is that something that you just want to leave where it is? But the hybrid kits clearly met the parameters of what that fund is set up for. And then I would say the next couple are essentially costs that I've already mentioned, but I just want to make clear they're going to happen and they're going to hit our budget, whether they're funded or not. So $295.56, very small amount, but that's the DSLBD Salesforce licenses to access their district enterprise system. The MOU with DCHR, I've already mentioned. The DeGray QFR software at $14,400, I've mentioned. Granicus year 2 is $78,450, and the additional ANC licenses at $25,750. And then as I've already discussed, there's the additional hybrid meeting kits if you feel that there's value in that, and then the Zoom accounts. And I will leave that at that so that we can then get into questions.
Thank you, Director. A lot to chew in there. Let me start with your sort of overarching budget. The proposed budget includes a proposal for a cut of $92,540 from your budget. How would this reduction impact OANC operations?
Our day-to-day operations? I think our day-to-day operations are fine. Where I'm chiefly concerned is that as I've been working through this, I've identified expenses, some of which aren't insignificant, that I don't believe were budgeted or anticipated in the budget when FY23 was done. And so when I see that one-time funds are being removed, and I see that, for instance, a year 2 cost for DeGray at 78, I believe it's 78, at 78.4 is going to come our way. I honestly don't know where to cover that unless it's coming out of the technical assistance fund if something's there. Now, if that's an appropriate use of the fund, and if there's enough funds that are anticipated to come in, which at this point are difficult to forecast since part of the replenishment comes from quarterly allotments that are forfeited. I would hope that at the end of the year, no ANC forfeits their quarterly allotments. I'm not really, I don't really feel comfortable putting myself in a position of saying, well, there'll be plenty of money because 3% of the commissions are going to fail.
Well, what about the technical assistance fund? Do you have flexibility? It seems like you're using the technical assistance fund to cover gaps, which one isn't sort of a long-term plan. I know that's not what you want to have. It's a long-term plan. I don't know offhand how flexible that fund is in the statute. So how is that working?
Well, the statute, honestly, I find the statute to be somewhat restrictive depending upon two things. I know Commissioner Elkins mentioned his digest. And for instance, if I go to 1-309-13A, which is technical assistance fund, the only place that can sort of be used for the purpose that Commissioner Elkins reference was number 2. And just, I think it's a good example where it says supplementing any funding allocated for communication access services. Mind you, communication access services has no definition. But then it says including sign language interpretation, computer aided real-time transcription, and other services and supports for ANC, for advisory neighborhood commissions, provided that the funding allocation for the purpose proves insufficient. So there's 2 parts of this. The first part would be, is this a communication access service? Since the examples are sign language interpretation, computer real-time transcription, I would say a republication of free data in a new format isn't necessarily communication access if the original resource is freely accessible. But then that it's wrapped in this other part that says supplementing any funding provided that the funding allocated for this purpose proves insufficient. That indicates that this had to be a already budgeted occurrence, and that the budget, whether it's an ANC budget or a District of Columbia budget, that the request to use those funds, that the funding allocated for this purpose proves insufficient. So if it's a new initiative that has been not budgeted, then it really doesn't lend itself to standing up a new initiative. And then I would say another part of that too is if the simple solution there is then just budget it, and you go to your budget, and in the case of 3D, if you have over $10,000 that are uncommitted funds, then it really is something that could be budgeted. So there's just, I mean, it's just an example where no other parts here speak to anything that would even come close to what Commissioner Elkins wanted. And so when we re-examine this and talking it through with the OAG, they agreed that this language, it's not something we can procure directly like some of the others. This is reliant on something that's already been budgeted, and the budgeted funds are insufficient.
Okay, but what I was getting at was not Commissioner Elkins's testimony, but rather it sounded like the this fund was used for two things, if I recall correctly. One was to cover a gap in acquiring hybrid kits. Is that right?
Yes, this is where some of the additional money came in, because the way from OFRM, whenever we talk to them, the way the money for our budget is, it's in very, very few buckets. And so while OFRM may know what monies have come in for what purpose, the money for the hybrid kits and the money for the technical assistance fund is all kind of sitting in the same area of our budget. Because we've only got like four places money in our budget sits. And this is clearly not personnel, so can't use those funds.
Okay.
But yeah, things had to get creative to cover the gap.
Yeah. Which is not ideal, because the request for the technical assistance fund came before COVID. So if it is covering things that came about because of COVID, then it means that the issues that precipitated people calling for this fund are not getting addressed. So it's somewhere we need to be mindful. And this is a time, as I've said, I'm going to keep saying, where decision making is going to be a little different, because for the first time in a long time, we're not saying what else can we fund. Now we're talking about funding some things instead of other things, which is a different and more difficult conversation. Let me turn to the strategic plan. What's the timeline for completing that?
Well, I've begun working on it, so that's the good news. And I believe one of the things that I would like to have in place before it's completed is, you may recall at the performance oversight hearing, I mentioned that we really do need to have an advisory board. I believe when I looked at the committee report last year, it talks about how a strategic plan should not be created without the feedback or collaboration with commissioners. So one of the things I have busily done is I've created a draft bylaws for the advisory board, and I've been putting a lot of thought into how do we identify the commissioners that would be on it. I'm hopeful that we can get that piece finished very, very quickly. I do want to have a deeper conversation with you and Sean in the coming weeks, because what I also want to make sure is I believe strategic planning should be part of everything this office does. It just should. What I don't want is I don't want us to get to, I don't want the goal to be a 50-page document that sits on the shelf and gathers dust for no other good reason than we don't have the funding to ever implement the plan. And so I'd kind of like to know what some of those lanes are as we work together to have a strategic vision for this office where we are not only identifying the needs of the commissioners, but getting those to a place where we can actualize outcomes so that they can see that, yes, we heard you. It's part of the vision and support of this office. We've increased supports in an efficient way that's respectful and efficient use of public money so that we can make sure that your commissioners are benefiting. I think that there's a lot of things that we've done in advance of a strategic plan that are moving in the direction that the plan would tell us to move anyway. The initial discussions I'm having on what the new website needs to look like and how it needs to support mini websites for the commissions. I think that's very efficient. I've talked to a number of people that all say, yes, that's the way that we should be going. I think Granicus with the communication software is another one of those things where we're not just looking at expanding opportunities for commissions to communicate with their constituencies, but we're trying to do it in a way where all of that information we've gathered is handed over from one commissioner to another because it's attached to the position. It's not attached to an individual. So I think that there are things that we're doing currently that are putting us in a really good place to like pull a plan together. And now I will say, I don't know if a strategic plan is going to require the level of funding that you put in last year during the budget. So that's probably a good thing. But I don't see the funding levels in the proposed budget.
Director, let me jump in a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to make sure the strategic plan is not ideas pulled together, but is a deliberate process that engages commissioners to understand instead of, so we get testimonies every year of new things the commission needs, and I keep trying to add those new things. It's taking a lot longer to stand them up than I wish. Not your fault. But what I recognize is as I go to my colleagues every year and was saying we need more money for ANCs, at some point they're going to push back if it is not clear where exactly it's going. Nor do I want the strategic plan or intend it to be something that holds up progress. So nothing is on hold, right? That needs to be done. I do think without a strategic plan, the OANC and ANCs are going to be limited in their growth, because when council members start to sort of see the pattern, every year you're asking for new employees, they're going to say, well, if it's never going to be enough, then we're going to stop saying yes. We're going to put the money elsewhere. So I'm trying to head that issue off before we get to it. And I think the strategic plan can't be a wish list. There's nothing I can do with it. There's nothing the council will do with it. You know, it has to really be, you know, it's something that gives the community and the council a clearer idea of what is the future and current needs of commissioners, and how is OANC going to solve that? And frankly, what is that going to look like in terms of the size of the office? Instead of growing piece by piece every year in a way that's not exactly coordinated, what is it we're trying to get to so that we can work to that thing? And I think because this is now lingered for going on a couple of years now, there is some angst about getting this done before the next budget. So essentially within a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And honestly, I would like to see something just for a timeline. Even if it was just a rough draft that then needed to go back, I would like to see it done by the end of the fiscal year. Like I really don't anticipate having this conversation in February of next year. I think by then we will have something that we've been chewing on for months, frankly. So I would like to have significant progress by September at least something by September so that we could start going back and forth on it.
Okay. But that would be wonderful. And I hope that you will in your participation in this process be conscious of political viability as well. Again, if the strategic plan calls for a 200-person agency, then I think it becomes something that sits on the shelf. So it's a balance, and it is work. But
I can assure you I'm never going to ask for 200 people.
I'm glad.
I'm a realist, which sometimes shoots me in the foot. And I do believe in needs-based or what do they say? Fact-based planning. So there would have to be a good reason for me to ask for an FTE, to be honest.
Couple of the witnesses mentioned the need for OANC to support ANCs in their interactions with agencies. This is something that comes up in most of our hearings. Do you have any thoughts on how we do that? How OANC supports ANCs in interactions with agencies?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the way I look at it is it's an extension of the training efforts that we're doing and I gotta be honest, with some of the agencies, it's really takes a lot of pushing. I'm okay with pushing. I'm a nudge. Okay, so let's put that on the record. But I think DDOT's a good example where we had to do a lot of pushing to get them just to create a year's worth of virtual meetings just to review TOPS. Now, I know TOPS is very simple. It shouldn't take more than 30 minutes, but with redistricting and the reassignment of SMDs, I strongly feel that most commissioners probably don't even know how to access TOPS. Many of them probably won't even attempt to access TOPS until they get notification of a pending permit in the DDOT system. So what we have done in DDOT's case is we have set up a series where twice a month throughout the year on different days of the night, so that if you're always meeting on Monday, don't worry, there'll be another one. But we're about ready to announce it in our newsletter that anyone who needs better engagement on that, they can sign up for one of these, or they can contact and just schedule something directly. I got to be honest, when I was a commissioner, I found TOPS very frustrating. I know it's supposed to be very simple, but if you just go online and sign up, you're not in the commission space. You're not in the space that's been set up for you to review. So it's not entirely intuitive. Now I give that as an example, just that while we are trying to flesh out more and more training opportunities, we also are trying to like every 3 months, update our liaison list so that they know who to talk to. When we know that the liaison isn't really that responsive, we're trying to find alternatives. What I would like to do as well, and something I've been thinking of, is now that the weather is getting better, I would really love to set up just a community event, maybe 2 or 3, to put them in different parts of the city where we could invite the community, the people from the agencies that actually are the people that they talk to. Like, let's provide you an opportunity just to talk to them. Like DDOT's done open houses, but not every agency does. And so one of our challenges is trying to get people from the agencies out into the communities so that the commissioners can actually meet them where they live and work, rather than having to go halfway across town for one of those rare opportunities that's kind of scripted. But yeah, it's a challenge. I would, for instance, again, depending on the agency, some are really good about making time on Saturdays, others not. So,
but specific to when commissioners ask an agency, have a request for an agency, and they're not responsive, what's the way to handle that?
Well, way I would handle it and the way I have handled it is I tend to go up to the director, explain the problem, and ask them if there's someone else that they should be talking to. Because one, I would like the agency to correct the problem so that another commissioner doesn't have to do it. But if the problem happens to be a person who maybe is out of the office that week, then you should have told us, but can you get us the right person for this commissioner to talk to? Because reaching out to a agency and having no one respond or no one be helpful it's not a solution. And if it's happening to one commissioner, you know it's happening to 10.
Yeah. Well, how does OANC assist when commissioners reach out with that issue?
Well, as I said, what we will tend to do, and what I have done, but what we tend to do is we reach out to the agency itself to find out why there's no communication going on, or if there's been a change in the liaison that hasn't been communicated with us. But we proactively reach out to the agency just to figure out what's going on.
Okay, that's great.
We don't just take it and throw it away and say, oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Let me go back to the Technical Assistance Fund. Have commissioners made requests for this funding?
We are receiving requests. I think since the performance oversight, we maybe have received about 6.
Okay.
We've been promoting it.
What's that?
I said, we've been promoting it.
Okay. How have you been promoting it?
With our emails and our newsletter, we announced it. And when Dawn Dickerson on our staff was doing training for the new treasurers, she was promoting that it was there. So we've just been pretty vocal whenever we talked about it during the new commissioner training back in December before they even knew to be aware of it. So we're not being quiet about it. If there's a logical place where it makes sense to bring that up as well, we include it because we want them to know that some of the commissioners that testified today and you felt pretty strongly that this was something that needed to be put in place. And we feel that it's our job then to make sure that people are aware of it, people are applying for it, that people are benefiting from it. If ANCs aren't benefiting from this, then it kind of indicates that there was no need, but I don't think that's true because we are seeing applications coming in.
Okay. Are you paying attention to where the applications are coming from to make sure there's not like geographic or other gaps?
Well, I'll be honest, I hadn't really been tracking because there've been so few, but what I'm happy to do is get you a list of where they're coming from or where they've come from this year to see if there's I think it's twofold. One, I think you want to know if there's any gaps in geography, and once we've done it, then we should know if there's gaps in our outreach, that maybe we're not reaching out appropriately in certain areas because we're not seeing any applications from there.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I'm interested in us knowing secondarily, you knowing primarily, because one of the issues that we've had with programs in previous years is that there's been little to no uptake of programs, but the programs got created because people testified that they were needed. And so to me, it seemed like there was a communications gap, that the OANC was not looking for ways to inform commissions of the existence of programs, but thinking that commissioners sort of knew what existed and they would come if they needed it. Which I don't think was the right approach. So, for the things that we collectively have worked hard to create and fund, I just want to make sure that commissioners know of them so they can avail themselves, and to make sure, as you all get the word out, that there's no pattern that indicates that certain parts of the city or certain types of people know about the programs and not others. Just checking our work.
Well, and if I can add on to that, I think you're absolutely right that a good example of that is the language access program, which we know has been underused. So to that extent, we did do, it turned out to be with presentation and Q&A about an hour, but we did do an hour presentation on that for commissioners. We held 2 sessions. I won't say it was as heavily attended as I would like, but we did record it and we pushed that out to all of the commissioners again so they could watch the recording. It's something that we do bring up to the treasurers and chairs because, again, the treasurers in particular, they need to know that while it's not as seamless, if it's something they may use in the future, we want them to make sure that they are going through the DIF's approval now, not when they need it. So yeah, but I think to your point that's right there. We're not trying to wait for people to come to us. We're trying to let them know what the resources are in advance.
Excellent. On the technical assistance fund still, you started touching on this earlier in a different context, but is there additional flexibility that you think we need to provide for the use of those funds?
Well, one thing that I don't think is listed in the statute, though I think was the intent of the committee, was for expert witnesses. I don't see anything in the statute that mentions that. And so that would be something that perhaps you might want to look at to see if the language that's in the statute is overly restrictive in that area. Again, I think with land use, we have the gift of an FTE where we have to fill a land use attorney, but there are going to be times when they may need an expert in some other area for some other case. It could be an attorney, and I just don't see it there without some creative reading, and I don't really want to get ourselves in a situation where we're all doing what we believe to be the right thing, but for a comma or something, it just doesn't work that way.
Okay. Well, please be in touch with us on that issue, because if we need to revise that, if it makes sense to do it, then I'd be happy to do it. And so we'll work together on that. On the printer, glad to know this is getting near the finish line. The process, though, do you know where the holdups were? Was it because of a certain amount of time that the bid had to stay open, or things that the law requires, or was it were the timeline issues, were those preventable?
And we covered some of this during performance oversight. I think there's a number of issues. The procurement process is not, I'm not going to say that the council's procurement process is easy. It's not. I do think it might be a little easier than the one we went through, but that doesn't mean that it's just go take a debit card and go buy a printer. It's not that simple. That said, once it was out for bid, that process went very quickly. The bids opened, they closed. We had a selected vendor. That part was great. As mentioned before, I think some of it was a learning curve where no one in this office had really been a procurement officer or done procurement before. We have a little bit more expertise now. Whether anyone really wanted that to be part of their resume or not, it is now. So I think future things go a little bit more smoothly. There's also a problem that we've had with, I want to say DIFS and PASS. I think that one's the old system and one's the new system. And what we've had, because this even happened with, I think, with Granicus, where we got to a certain part where we have a legacy system and then there's the new system, which I believe is DIFS. And once it gets to a certain stage in the legacy system, it's supposed to populate into the new system and move forward. And we encountered with Granicus, I believe, twice, where all of a sudden Gail went in to shepherd it to the next step, and it just wasn't there. And it wasn't without a phone call to OFRM and others that are like, oh yeah, this is kind of like a known problem. We'll put it in now. And it's like, no, that's unacceptable. Like we're expecting the process to go through all the approvers. And if it gets stuck because we're now got a foot in two systems, and then no one approves a step in a timely manner and it kicks it back out, so you have to start over. That's a problem. I mean, we know about it now and we know to look out for it now, but it caught us. I don't believe that caught us in the printer, but it caught us with Granicus.
All right. Well, we committee, we want to make your processes and work easier. So we'll work together, and we'll take whatever recommendations that you have or thoughts that we need to work together on. You mentioned in your testimony, and I think Commissioner Elkins intimated this, but the additional cost for your FTEs because of the MOU with DCHR, what is the reason for this $9,281 cost?
That cost is the cost of DCHR to provide services to an independent agency. Any agency that doesn't have access to, or perhaps doesn't have dedicated HR people, this is a service they provide to a lot of the smaller agencies in district government. So like I said, this office, or this OANC did not have an MOU in FY22. So that's probably why there wasn't one identified. There was one in FY21 that Director Gottlieb had signed. So I don't know if last year was a lapse, if last year we got lucky and got some free services in the hiring of our IT specialist. But this time around, it was clear that asking for two assistance for 2 FTEs, they're like, no, you need an MOU.
Do you know if this cost has come up in the past, or is this new?
No, like I said, this cost, a very similar cost came up in FY21.
Okay, you were saying okay. I heard the MOU, but I wasn't clear if the cost came.
Yeah, the cost. Yeah, no, the cost. This was something that OANC had agreed to in FY21 as well.
Okay. And you are waiting for an estimate on office space costs because the staff has outgrown the space, but you're waiting for an estimate.
The staff has outgrown the space. I'm waiting for an estimate. That said, I think that I also recognize that due to some, regardless of what the timeline is for filling the vacancies versus the timeline for reconfiguring space, we're kind of in hybrid work schedules as it is. That's probably going to be the norm for the new FTEs. And during a reconfiguration, most people would have to work remotely anyway. So I don't think it's going to hold up the hiring, and it shouldn't hold up the hiring. But this space would function better with the removal of the one wall.
Oh, do you know, is it a movable or removable wall?
It's non-load bearing.
Okay. Have you engaged in discussions with anyone about removing it, or what the cost or process would be?
I reached out to the secretary of the council, who was supposed to send someone down here. I believe I need to send a reminder, but they were going to bring a contractor in to give us an estimate, and that hasn't happened.
Okay, I would definitely remind her again. If that doesn't work, let us know. We will assist.
Appreciated.
And you've identified a series of funding requests that have come up at least in your written testimony in fiscal year 23, including for website costs, financial reporting software costs. You mentioned Granicus software and email licenses. If we can't find funding for these, what's the impact on your operations?
Well, the reality is, if there's no money in our budget for it, the district government, I believe, is on the hook for covering the cost somehow. So, I mean, if we have a 3-year contract for Granicus and in FY24, we have a signed contract that says we owe them $78,450, then that money's gonna, I mean, we're gonna pay that even if it's not in our budget. So that's why I highlighted those. It's, you know, the 25,750, if we're not reimbursing Octo, the question is, does Octo just suck it up? I don't know. But they will probably be submitting an MOU to try to transfer the funds.
Okay. The hybrid meeting kits, you mentioned in your testimony, you needed 10. Did I understand your testimony correctly that you got 10?
No, last year we asked for 10 at 200, or excuse me, at 420. This year, we are buying 8 at 429. Apparently in a year's time, that was considered inflation with everything.
Jeez. Okay.
They're not cheap. And it's why I kind of put it in there. Like I think we're allowed to decide if this is the right time to buy more, but I also wanted us to have that opportunity to have the conversation. But they're not.
Did the 8 that you have, are those being deployed yet?
Well, the 8 that we procured, I would hope that we'd have in a couple of months. They're not being deployed yet, but I do think this is a good opportunity to link back to some of the testimony, because I also think you're absolutely right. The kits are wonderful. The technology is wonderful, but we also have to have places like rooms available where they'll work. I know that I've mentioned this to others. I don't know if I've mentioned it to you, but I think that to build out to try to build out a network, something that we should review is, do we have such spaces that are already available in a lot of the, I know we've gone through and we're continuing to go through a citywide renovation of our libraries. I would hope that they all have a space that's completely wired up. I think we should also consider doing that to whenever we rebuild a rec center. You know, right? Like I think the cheapest time to put that technology into a community is when we have a capital improvement project. And I think we should be making that like standard. And I think we should also be considering doing it with our schools, because, well, sometimes it's easier to use some schools than others. School community itself also needs access to that technology. So, you know, while the 8 hybrid kits are great, and I really want to get them out as soon as we can get to them, I also want to make sure that the commissions that may need them the most are actually commissions that can use them, because they also have a community space where it will work.
Yeah. Interesting. Are there a lot of commissions that do not have physical meeting space at this point?
I think we have more than we used to, and not places you would think. For instance, because for obvious reasons, I know Ward 1 better than most other places, but even within Ward 1, which I consider to be resource rich, I get surprised. I know 1E, which is one of our new commissions, is still looking for a space within their commission area, and the 2 most likely candidates would be either Banneker Recreation or Parkview Recreation. I don't know if either one of those rec centers has the infrastructure that would really make a hybrid meeting work. I know in 1C, which is Adams Morgan, traditionally they meet at Mary's Center, but it's very clear that since since COVID, it's been pretty clear that they haven't met in a physical space for over a year. So they don't consider that they have a physical space to meet right now without renegotiating and reestablishing a location. So I think that and then if I think of 7B, 7B meets at the 7D station, which, okay, they have a meeting space, but a police station isn't where I think as being very technologically advanced in anything. So Having gone to their meeting and seen it, I know that I don't feel confident that they actually have the technology to run a hybrid meeting.
This is going to be a significant challenge to figure out going forward because of the various needs to accommodate hybrid meetings.
While you're doing that, though, I will say in 7B, just across the street, more or less, they are in the very beginning of renovating a school. So again, that gets my earlier comment, if we could at least make sure new capital improvement projects include such space, that would also go a long way in solving some of this.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good point. If I were in your position, I'd consider reaching out to Department of General Services and the libraries. On that point, I hadn't thought about this. So I'm trying not to sort of work off the fly, but the idea makes sense to me as well. Libraries, schools, rec centers. The future of commission meetings is likely hybrid. I think it's going to be difficult for every commission to have space in their commission area that can accommodate this. I just don't know that question. You probably know much better than I do, but to the extent that is difficult, we just may have to think differently about where commission meetings are, focusing on making them accessible and not too far, but not necessarily in the ANC area. I have no idea how commissioners feel about that, but we have to make sure these meetings are accessible. So a lot of competing needs. What are your highest priorities among the requests that you've made?
Well, my highest priorities would be the areas I've identified where we know that we're going to have year 2 contract obligations. So on my list, the DSLBD through the additional ANC email licenses, so the 295 through the 25,750. Like, to me, those are essential because the District of Columbia government's on the hook for them no matter what. And then I just want to verify that there's funding, because I know it was funded last year. I just want to make sure that the funding is still intact for the website, because I think that's really critical, as well as the strategic plan. So those would be my highest priorities. I think the refreshing of the Technical Assistance Expert Fund would be a wonderful thing to do. It may not be possible, I get it, but again, wanted to throw it out there because I know that we're in a difficult budget year and difficult decisions have to be made. But also, I'd say then at the bottom of my list, well, I don't want to say bottom, because to me they're all priorities, but maybe the Zoom kits and additional hybrid technology. Again, the challenge is having the kits means that we have to have spaces where they work.
Right.
But I'd also want to throw out too, like, if just the way my brain works. So to me, the highest priority is always going to be something that is giving us the most with the least amount of expense and the least inefficiency. So if I look at things that way, the Zoom accounts, or for Zoom meeting, because I think it's about a $900 a year subscription, which per subscription is not that difficult. But if we have some commissions that just don't have it or don't have it within their budget, it would be nice if we could have some bandwidth there. Even though we're buying a high capacity printer, I do want to use this opportunity to say that maybe some efficiency in government could also be if we could work with the DC public libraries and up the limit from 20 free copies a day to maybe 100 free copies a day for commissioners doing commission work. I understand that we're going to have a printer here that's available 24/7, Sometimes the only time a commissioner is available could be midnight, and great, we have an option. Everything else is closed. But if they only need 20 flyers, or if they only need 100 flyers to let their neighbors know about a bike lane that's being proposed by DDOT, and if they live around the corner from a library, it actually creates a citywide network of access to resources that commissioners don't currently have, or at a level they don't currently have.
Makes sense.
So maybe that's an area where we could spend a fraction of our public money to increase services to commissions through another agency.
Like that. Have you reached out to DC Public Libraries on that yet?
I have not, but I can ask them how they feel about it. I know that they currently do that for all residents of the district at a cap of 20. So I'd be curious to see what the additional copy, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how do we increase services effectively.
I think it's a good idea.
I'm not going to take full credit for it. Commissioner Jones in 1B brought it up to my attention, so I'm going to give him the shout out for it.
There we are. Go Commissioner Jones. Is there any, you mentioned the printer coming in under budget. Are there any programs within OANC where you expect money will be left on the table at the end of the fiscal year?
Oh, honestly, I don't think that there's anything where money will be left on the table that I'm aware of. We do try to, be efficient. We know that money's not a given, but we also are trying very hard to implement everything that we've been requested to implement, right? We've got quite the laundry list of things, and we find that, for instance, with a lot of a number of things, we get surprised, like the 9281 for DCHR more than wiped out it kind of washes with the savings this year for the printer. So
yeah.
Right.
Well, excuse me. Director, I appreciate you. I appreciate the work that you and your team are doing. It's a difficult budget year, but it frankly, it could be worse. So we'll work through it with you and your team. And I appreciate you being with us today.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now turn to our final witness, Director Lamont Carey with the Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. Director, welcome. Thank you for being with us. As you know, it is the practice of our committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I'll ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Housing Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thanks so much. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the Committee on Housing, staff, members of the public, and my team in ORCA. My name is Lamont Carey, Executive Director of the Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. I am pleased to testify today on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 Fair Shot budget. It is an honor to serve the men and women returning home to the district who are ready, willing, eager to have a fresh start. As a result of the leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser, advocates, and the council, DC is the most progressive place for individuals seeking opportunities to transform themselves, their families, and the larger community. Last week, Mayor Bowser delivered the fiscal year 2024 Fair Shot budget to council. As she stated, this budget comes at a critical juncture for our city. We are fortunate that even in tight times, the district remains well-resourced and able to continue delivering world-class programs and services. Still, the budget reflects many tough choices, and it was formed with an eye towards how we get the best outcomes for our residents and make a strong comeback. For ORCA, the FY24 proposed budget of $2,897,409 will allow the office to continue and implement programs targeted at our clients and led by our staff in 3 key areas: advocacy, outreach, education, and interagency coordination. In FY24, ORCA will continue to support Mayor Bowser's core government functions that focus on improving the quality of life for all returning citizens and their families. Through the FY24 budget, ORCA will prioritize removing barriers for returning citizens through strategic partnerships for those just coming home, those that have been home for several years, and those that have been free for decades, but still face barriers. We have begun to bring in sister agencies and community partners to address the gaps that facing returning citizens, including custody, identity theft, child support for incarcerated, mental health, employment, discrimination, entrepreneurship, home buying, restitution, banking, and continuum of care. In FY24, we will increase our partnerships in an effort to better meet all of these needs. In FY24, Mayor Bowser is investing $340,500 in tablets for seniors, digital literacy, and wellness. This will positively impact our senior returning citizen population by removing the technology barrier. In FY23 and 24, we are also looking forward to expanding our collaboration with the DC Public Library, Department of Human Services, and the Office of Chief Technology Officer to provide returning citizens with digital devices. This initiative has allowed us to remove access to technology barriers for 1,900 returning citizens to date. This fiscal year, through our collaboration with Building Blocks DC, now the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and the Department of For Hire Vehicles, ORCA clients have had their transportation barriers minimized through the Promise Rise initiative. This pilot program allowed ORCA to offer clients up to 5 free cab rides a week to reentry-related appointments, which has made it possible for returning citizens to connect to employment opportunities, family reunification, skill building program, medical appointments, and other reentry-related activities. In FY24, ORCA will continue to look for ways to improve transportation barriers for returning citizens. The ORCA Georgetown Paralegal Program I'm happy to inform you that it has welcomed 15 ambitious returning citizens to its 4th cohort. Upon completion, graduates will receive a paralegal certificate and a chance to interview for fellowship positions with the eventual goal of employment as a paralegal in a reputable law firm. We are proud of all of the graduates. And in FY24, we will welcome the 5th cohort of inspiring returning citizens who will become paralegals. Now, recently, ORCA launched the Access to Job Initiative, which is an employment subsidy program that subsidizes employment for up to 10 returning citizens. ORCA is now reviewing the employer's grant application and will soon award grantees. And in FY24, the initiative will enter its 2nd phase, in which subsidies will increase from 40% to 80% of the allotted reimbursement costs. In addition, ORCA is finalizing the Children of Incarcerated Parents initiative with the University of the District of Columbia. This initiative will allow UDC to assess the impact of having a parent that is currently or formerly incarcerated. And in FY24, this initiative will move into its final stage of executing a strategic plan on how to meet the needs of these children so it can be met in an effort to reduce trauma and increase their ability to be successful. ORCA continues its efforts to reestablish our popular trips to Federal Bureau of Prisons institutions. Currently, we are waiting for the FBOP institutions to inform us that we can start the trips. Our last communication from the FBOP was that some of the institutions were still in low-level to mid-level COVID restrictions. They were allowing family visits, but the visits were 45 minutes instead of several hours. In FY 24, our hope is that all COVID restrictions will have been eliminated and we can once again resume monthly family reunification and resource fair trips to federal prisons. ORCA continues to seek opportunities to improve performance and exceed expectations. One example is the peer navigators who are engaging returning citizens, their families, and potential partners in the community like never before. This additional expansion has allowed us to increase our follow-up, service delivery, outreach efforts, and advocacy. Again, while there is always more work to be done, with Mayor Bowser's leadership and council support, our efforts in meeting the needs of returning citizens across the district will be realized. Thank you, Chairman White, for this opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions from the committee.
Much. I appreciate those updates. Let's start digging into a few things. I want to start with what looks a trend of underspending in your non-personnel budget or money for things other than salaries and benefits. Of the $973,099 allocated in fiscal year 23 under what's called government subsidies and grants, it looks like only $6,500 has been obligated. What's happening there?
Repeat that one more time.
In the section of your budget, government subsidies and grants, $973,099 were allocated for fiscal year 23. Only $6,500 has been obligated.
So that line item that makes up the $54,000 that will go to UDC for this first phase of the children of incarcerated parents. The remainder of it will go into our P card.
Okay. All right. It's are there any areas in your budget that you are not on track to spend this fiscal year?
So our goal is to spend every dime that we have in our budget.
Are you on track to do that?
Yeah, we are on track to do that.
Okay. So one of the we had provided, and I think you just noted this, $50,000 to fund the bill I introduced or passed a couple of years ago, that Helping Children Impacted by Parental Incarceration Amendment Act. Obviously, this bill is important so that the district can better understand and meet the needs of children with parents who are incarcerated. You just mentioned in your testimony that you're moving into a final state of executing the strategic plan. Is that right?
No, the assessment. So we're moving it to
the assessment. Okay.
Right. Finalizing. So right now, the MOU is in general counsel. So it got a clear general counsel and UDC's general counsel, but it's gonna, our projection is April the 7th.
Okay,
and that will be the first phase of the assessments.
Okay, so the comprehensive assessment is step one. The strategic plan is step two. What's the what's the timeline for getting to the end of this strategic plan?
So the timeline, which, well, the whole overall thing is over the remainder of this year and the end of the next fiscal year. That is the timeline.
Okay, so you expect to have a strategic plan done by when?
By the end of FY24.
Okay. So it'll be about a year and a half for both.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any additional steps? So what after the assessment is done? Assuming UDC is doing the assessment. After the assessment is done, what happens next?
So after the assessments are done, UDC, who will be leading this effort, will be looking at all of the information or data that was collected, because there will be focus groups. Our staff has even added it to our intake and assessment forms to see which returning citizens that come into our agency now are children of incarcerated parents or were incarcerated individuals with children in the community. And so once all of that information is gathered, UDC will look at what are the barriers, what are the negative impacts, and then look at how do we counter that to minimize the negative harm that will come about on our children.
Okay. I'm excited to see where this work goes and what you all will learn in this process, and how it will help us serve the city better. So I appreciate the progress you're making on that. The $379,201 for the Access to Jobs program. Thank you for the update on that. Your testimony said you are awarding grantees soon. When are you planning to select the grantees?
So let me give me 1 second. I can give you the timeline.
Excuse me.
March 31st.
Okay, so this week. And so what does it mean once you select the grantees? What does that mean? Will they be hiring residents?
Yes, they will be hiring returning citizens.
Excellent. Okay. And you're gonna track employment through this program so we can see if there are basically employers who, you know, I don't want to put it on them, but like if there are several grantees and for some reason one of these employers, you know, doesn't have anybody who makes it through the program, I want to make sure we are aware of that. So you all are going to track progress in this program.
Yeah, so first let me say corrections. Deadline is March 31st, award shortly afterwards. And in response to your question, our approach with this initiative is a wraparound approach because we want to ensure that returning citizens have what they need to focus on bettering their economic status, increasing their ability to stay employed. And so our workforce development team will be heavily engaged, as well as our case managers and reentry peer navigators.
Okay. It sounds like things with children and incarcerated parents and at this point, access to jobs, it seems like things are moving really well. Do you anticipate that after the grantees are selected, I'm sorry. You said the submission is due.
On the March 31st.
31st. You said you're going to do the selection shortly after.
Right.
Roughly how shortly? Are we talking about days, weeks, or months?
We're talking about weeks.
Okay. Okay. Last year you mentioned recurring ARPA funding to facilitate ORCA's partnership with JP Morgan to provide financial literacy education to staff and returning citizens. Is this program with JP Morgan still going?
So I think there's an error in that. So we're not using ARPA funds to support the financial literacy program with JP Morgan. We are in conversations with JP Morgan and with a few other partners like DISB to begin doing financial literacy programming, not just programming, but with DISB, we're looking at doing some one-on-one financial coaching.
Okay. Okay. So there won't be a cost to the agency?
No, no cost to the agency.
Excellent. Okay. So financial coaching one-on-one, or is this going to be in groups?
So with JP Morgan, as well as with Industrial Bank, we're looking at groups. But with DISB, the combination of groups and one-on-one.
Okay, so I misunderstood. I'm glad I asked that. So the partnership with JP Morgan is still going?
Yes, we still have a relationship with JP Morgan. We just haven't relaunched this next group of financial literacy classes.
Okay, with JP Morgan and Industrial, is there a cost to the district for
no
those?
cost?
Excellent.
So, but currently we are working with Industrial to open up bank accounts for clients.
That's great.
Yeah,
it's great. For those who don't know, Industrial is, I think, the largest and longest Black-owned bank in the District of Columbia. ORCA has about, I think, 64 housing vouchers specifically designated for returning citizens, which we've worked really hard to fund. This program has been going for several years now. I'm concerned, as I mentioned in the testimonies earlier, that it doesn't seem that ORCA has created guidelines at this point. I know we discussed this in our oversight hearing as well. Where are we with guidelines for those housing vouchers?
So council member, as of a couple of days ago, we sent the chairman's office the latest update of the voucher criteria. So you have that at least in your email.
Excellent. I appreciate that.
And I'm also happy to say that with the last year we had the 60 housing vouchers, 59 of the vouchers issued. Well, currently we have, now there are 44 that are now housed. There are 5 people who have became housed since February. And so now we have 23 this year, not 60. And so the 60, for the most part, all are housed. And with the 23, which is a decrease based off of the 60 that we had last year. And so now we recently got the codes, and we're looking to start placing submitting application for housing for returning citizens. So it has been a successful initiative.
Excuse me. So you said it's not 60, however many it was. I thought they were.
So combined, right? Last year we received 60. And those 60 were the ones that I was just speaking of, where there are the 44 that are now housed. So the 44 that are now housed, and there are 59 that were issued, so 44 are housed, and the remainder are currently still looking for housing. And so this year we was allocated 23 vouchers. And so the ones that we received previously, until an individual either surrenders their voucher for whatever reason or death, those vouchers remained used.
So, all right. For this current fiscal year, how many unused housing vouchers are left?
So this current fiscal year, we was allotted 23.
And how many of those have been used?
No, none have been used as of yet.
Okay, why is that?
Because we recently got the code, and as you will see when in the criteria, we created a board. So what generally happens, an individual that comes into the office, like there are probably individuals in our office right now doing assessment that's saying that housing is a need. In the past, they were all added to a list for housing, but the needs are varying. And so we set up a criteria, which you will see in the criteria that you have, where there's a high, a medium, and a low. But we also have our team that we created a board, right? And so this is one to make sure there's complete transparency. To also, when we look at housing, the majority of people that come into our agency, that is a need. But our goal is based off the amount of vouchers that we have, the supply doesn't meet the need. And so we have to also be looking at alternatives and how we can place these clients into different housing opportunities. And that may include partners like Jubilee Housing. That may include partners like and also one of our partners is CSOSA, Parole and Supervision, who have secured transitional beds, and that those are opportunities that we see how, based off of our criteria, how we can support them. One, because the ultimate goal is to get them on a pathway to the middle class, right? And so we look at how long you've been incarcerated, how old you are, health issues, and so that individual may qualify as high, as well as a woman or a man that have children may qualify as a high. And so it goes all the way down to the low, where if we can get you into some transitional housing or some other kind of housing supports and connect you to employment opportunities, connect you to training opportunities, and also look at other options. Are there rooms available? Are there low-income housing that you can qualify for based off of your income? And so I would love to get everyone a housing voucher, but with 23 vouchers, we have to figure out how to best support these individuals in securing housing, but also how do we support them getting on a pathway to the middle class of a better quality life or independent living.
So with so few vouchers, and I'm not suggesting we change this if it works, but with so few vouchers, you mentioned Jubilee testified. Why do we need organizations outside of ORCA to help distribute the vouchers?
So we don't need help with organizations outside of ORCA to distribute the vouchers. What we did, Jubilee Housing is a one-year program that housed returning citizens with needs. And so how we worked it out with that organization. Okay, if we're able to transition individuals that qualify to qualify based off of DC Housing Authority, then we can free up another bed space for individuals that are struggling with substance abuse that could benefit from participating in the program like that, that not only will help them deal with their addictions, but also support them in other areas that they need. And so that's our rationale with it, because there are all these transitional houses that exist, but our goal is how do we, those that qualify to meet out the criteria, how do we support them, and so that we can give others that may be coming home from a long term of incarceration that has no family support, where a shelter or living in the street is the only option. So we were looking at not favoring anyone, but how can we collaborate to secure as many opportunities for living shelter for our clients.
Do you have any thoughts about?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any thoughts about a broader response on this to avoid clients going to shelters to support people coming back from incarceration? Folks have been raising the idea of purchasing buildings, creating more housing for returning citizens, particularly seniors and those who have been incarcerated for a long time. Did you have any thoughts on that? Sort of what hurdles you see and the opportunities you see?
So I think there are a number of opportunities that exist to support the housing of returning citizens. One, again, CSOSA is the largest supervision agency of DC code offenders, and they have transitioned into securing transitional housing to house individuals. And so when the organization that has a house that's interested in doing transitional housing, we introduce them to a number of things. We introduce them to CSOSA, right? We also encourage them to look at Office of Victim Services and Justice grants that have had grants that allows you to temporary house returning citizens. We're also looking at what would it look like if the district could potentially provide transitional housing for senior residents. And so we're always looking at how can we create more opportunities for returning citizens to housing. But one of the main things is that we don't want returning citizens just pigeonholed to just securing housing when ORCA's goal is to put them on the pathway to the middle class. And so when we think of housing an individual, we also looking at what does it take for this individual to move forward and be successful. So we look at mental health needs. We look at if an individual is a senior, how do we connect them to resources that will support that? And so one of the, I think the biggest shifts in ORCA in terms of housing, we stop just looking at returning citizen housing and look at all of our clients as district residents, and that may open us up to other housing opportunities. And so in closing with that, I would say some other things that we are looking at. There are returning citizens that have making money that can afford to purchase a home. So we're even looking at how do we help not just the individuals just getting released, but returning citizens that have been home a while and that are capable of really taking ownership and living within the middle class. And so we're looking at how we could do even some first-time home ownerships for our population, as well as we're in conversations to even look at some additional housing options that may exist.
Is everyone who comes out of BOP eligible for CSOSA housing?
No, there are some that are federal co-defendants, and so they will be under U.S. probation.
Okay. So what's the current application process to get a voucher?
So DC resident, 18 years old, income, I think is 29,001 cents. Those are the minimum requirements to for DC Housing Authority.
And
let me
so
hold up, I just pulled up. Give me 1 second. Person can identify that they are returning citizens, complete the mortgage registration, receive case management service, identify as chronically homeless or having unstable living history during assessment, do not have an active court case, income cannot exceed the extremely low income limit of 29,900. This is a new HUD income limit as of 4/18/22. Those with zero income need DCHA's zero income form filled out and notarized. Complete a housing screening questionnaire with ORCA coordinator, meet DC Housing Authority criteria.
Okay. All right, so that's the baseline. And then once you get applications, how do you determine if everybody who meets it, is it first come, first serve, or how do you manage the applications after that?
So let me, give me that. So first, DC Housing Authority informs MORCA of how many housing vouchers are allotted. Case manager completes the MORCA's office registration intake. After intake is completed, case managers add all clients that identify housing as a need to their personal housing list for voucher consideration based on information reported during intake using the prioritization criteria. The prioritization is categorized into 3 areas of consideration: high, medium, and low. The case manager coordinator meets with each case manager to discuss their justification for the categorization. Afterwards, the case manager coordinator adds each case manager recommendation to the master prioritization list. After one-on-one meetings occur between the case manager coordinator and case managers, an approved list of clients' recommendations is developed to present to the review board. Case manager prepares a case review packet to use in during the housing review board meeting. After conducting an housing screening questionnaire from the approved clients during the review, case managers state their case. The review board looks at proposed candidates' application packet outlining the housing priority needs. The board also examines current efforts the case managers outline when finding alternative housing options outside of vouchers. After the presentation, the board has a closed meeting to discuss their findings and provide their recommendation to the executive director and the director of operations. Once approved, the executive director and the director of operations, case manager coordinator, and assigned case manager provide the needed documentation to the DC Housing Authority. Lastly, DCHA determines who received the housing vouchers based off of MORCA's recommendation. MORCA works with DCHA to get all necessary documentation and assist with the housing search process once approved.
Who's on the review board?
Staff members. So there are our case managers is the ones that do the assessment, determine what the needs are. And so the review board internally comes from different departments within MORCA. Individual from 2 individuals from the peer navigators, workforce, and then there is, peer navigators and workforce are what makes up. And so what we try to work on is making sure there's a transparent process. Nobody's favoring anyone, and that is based off of the criteria that we develop based off the high, the medium, and the lows.
Okay, that makes sense. So I had a follow-up question. I'm trying to remember. So what housing opportunities does CSOSA provide? If I could go back to that.
So CSOSA now provides transitional housing. And so when individuals like Mr. Tariq Alameen that testified earlier today that spoke that he's under supervision under CSOSA, I will follow up with CSOSA as well as have my staff follow up with Mr. Alameen to see if there are any current transitional housing opportunities available for him.
I appreciate that. And I'm sure he will as well. Now, when you say transitional housing, are you talking about the halfway house or something different?
No, transitional housing. So with CSOSA transitional housing, an individual example is like they contract, say you have a house that you done turned into, you met all the district criteria to open a transitional house. CSOSA may contract with you to be able to house people in those beds.
Okay. Do you happen to know how many beds they have or usually have?
No, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. I would appreciate it if you would do that. The housing came up in so many testimonies, and I'm sure you've noticed each hearing there are more and more people testifying at the ORCA hearing about housing. And to your point, there are other programs, not just the district. So I'm certainly interested in understanding more about the programs that are not run by district government. For the past few years, I've included in the budget $10,000 for the Commission on Reentry and Returning Citizens Affairs. How much of that funding has been spent so far this fiscal year?
This fiscal year, well, none this fiscal year.
Okay.
But we're anticipating them, I know they want to do some training, so we're anticipating to receive that information from them so that we can see how we can help them get the ball rolling.
Okay. And last year, ORCA's FTEs were decreased from 19 to 18. Based on the fiscal year 24 budget book, ORCA is adding 1 FTE that looks like it'll be funded by DHS. What's happening here? What's that person going to do?
So that new FTE is not a new FTE. Based off of the last year's accounting, that the FTE had to be housed in the seller agency at that time, which was DHS. And so this year, with the DIF system changing, that FTE that was housed over there is now back in ORCA under local. And so it's not a new FTE. It is the FTE that has always been there.
Got it. Okay. And based on your Schedule A, it looks like you have 2 vacancies.
Yes.
How long have these positions been vacant?
Let me go to that and I can get you. The peer support specialist, August the 14th, 22, and the workforce specialist, February the 7th, 2023.
Okay. One has been open for more than a year. Why is that?
So our goal has been, with the addition of our reentry peer navigators, the work has almost like overlapped. And so we needed we wanted to use that FTE to change the position to be a position that MORCA is in need of. And so in working initially, we was looking to fill that position. So we were doing interviews, and based off of the interviews that we were doing, we didn't see a candidate that we thought was the best fit for us. And so then once we change to fit where the need is for MORCA and in the direction that we're going, we have some interviews coming up. Right offhand, I don't remember the exact date for tomorrow. Tomorrow is interview day. Yes, so tomorrow.
All right, so that's one of the vacancies. What sounds like you're trying to fill it now.
Right.
What about the other vacancy?
Say it again.
What about the other vacancy? You have two. So one of them sounds like, yeah.
So I believe interviews are for both tomorrow. Now, remember with the workforce development specialist, remember when we were looking for one, so MORCA is always trying to create an opportunity to hire returning citizens. And if you remember, that was one of the conversations that we had during the last hearing. But with the position that we weren't getting the initial candidates that we were wanting from our population, we hadn't found that individual. So we opened it up and promoted from within Ms. Sylvie Munger, who is now the workforce development supervisor. And then we were able, so with the position, we want someone that is able to do grant management. And so now that we've hired one, and now we're looking for another one to join the team so that the process that you've been biting at my ankle about won't take as long, that we'll be able to move quicker when we're given the opportunity to provide grants to our population.
Okay. And the community outreach specialists, how many are there and what do they do?
So the community outreach specialists, now that's almost like a tricky question asking me what a MORCA staff does, because the MORCA staff does everything, right? We are actively always cross-training, but at the core, their responsibilities is one, engage in the community, to identify returning citizens that may not be aware of that MORCA exists, to engage family members and friends that may not be aware that MORCA exists, and so that they can direct their loved ones to us. Their other responsibility includes engaging the Federal Bureau of Prisons to making sure that we are able to get information inside of the institutions, to making sure that we're able to set up the prison trips, also as well as engaging Volunteers of America in Baltimore and the Halfway House in Delaware to ensure that we are engaging returning citizens in those areas. But their additional responsibility includes finding resources that MORCA has not identified. But tomorrow, they might be at the Chromebook distribution helping do an intake. They also participate in the federal courts, reentry courts, so that we can connect with clients. So wherever we believe that we can engage someone that may be a returning citizen or someone that may be connected to a returning citizen, that is where our outreach team, you can generally find them.
So for positions like this, where the responsibilities are so diverse, how do you evaluate their effectiveness?
So I think you heard it earlier from several of the people that testified. Our waiting area. Our waiting area has not always been an overflow of clients clamoring to get connected to services and opportunities that we can connect them to.
Yeah,
So,
I caught that.
and so word of mouth was another thing that was mentioned, right? And so that is one of the things, not just outreach, but ORCA team as a whole. And I thought it was a plus for someone to say, I found out about ORCA through word of mouth. Because generally when somebody refer you, it's because they heard some great things about the organization that they're referring you to. So how we measure their effectiveness is based off of all the things that they're assigned to engage in, how many people that signed up for us to contact, to follow back up with them, and then those individuals that comes in and get connected to services. Like you may find our outreach team at 801 Shelter or somewhere engaging individuals that don't necessarily know that we exist. And so part of their responsibility is to follow up with those individuals and strongly encourage them to connect to us.
You mentioned in your opening statement the paralegal program done in partnership with the Georgetown University. What's ORCA's role in this program now? It shifted over the years.
So we participate in everything from when we do an assessment, we tell individuals about the program. If they're interested, they're added to a list of people that's interested in participating in the paralegal program. When the opportunity comes for submissions to be done, those individuals are contacted. Staff may even be helping them fill out the application. We're in constant conversations, at least with someone, a lot of times it's Mr. Tyrone Walker at Georgetown, to troubleshoot challenges. We also participate in the interviewing process on the selection of individuals that goes into the program. And then we do a weekly follow-up by coming to the program. I believe it was on Fridays in last year, to see how we can further support the clients that's participating in the program. And then once the program is over, and those that we try to see how we can assist in supporting those that have been placed in a fellowship, and also those that have not been placed. And I saw on here earlier today that Mr. Owens testified about us supporting him in setting up job fairs. So those are ways that we support that program. And we're also in the process of seeing how we can gather all of those from that program that have not been employed, to see if there are some additional barriers that exist, and so that we can work to remove those barriers and get them on a pathway to the middle class.
Did you say in your testimony there are 15 people in the current cohort?
Say that again.
How many people in the current cohort?
15.
15. What about the next one? How many slots are there? Or is this the most, or is there a next one at this point?
Yes, there will be a next one at this point.
Okay. Do you know how many slots there will be?
So that's going to be based off of our conversations with Georgetown. It's 15 now because they wanted to be able to focus on a little smaller group, to make sure that they are strengthening them in the ways that they need in order for them to be able to complete the class. But I'm also happy to say that today they are at Bite Back, beginning their training in digital literacy, because that was one of the barriers for some of the participants in the previous cohort.
Okay. The laptop program, I think you mentioned this in your testimony as well. you do laptops for returning citizens, is that right? I'm a little confused here because I think there's a program with DC Public Libraries or in Octo maybe for seniors. I'm not sure if that overlaps with this program, if it's the same as this program. So what's the laptop program?
All of us are partners.
Okay.
ORCA was designated 2,000 Chromebooks for returning citizens. Because
Okay.
as you know, the need. A lot of our people have been gone for decades, and some have been gone enough. I mean, years where they don't own a computer, and we know that's a barrier. And so we campaigned to be able to have a program that would provide computers for returning citizens to be able to remove that barrier. And what barrier does that remove? Actually, it removes them having the ability to engage, not just locally, but on a wide scale. One, with these Chromebooks, when the program initially started, it was 1 year of free internet, right? There is training built into the laptops where you can access training programs that the DC Public Library provides. It also creates the opportunity for clients to apply for employment and job training online. It also gives them an opportunity to communicate with family through video and emails, right?
Let me, is this in your budget or is this out of?
No, this is not, no, it's not in our budget.
Okay. For where's the transportation stipend now? Does ORCA now have control over this, or is it with another agency?
Which you're talking about the smart trips?
Correct. Yep.
So the money for the smart trips is not in ORCA's budget, and it was not in DOES's budget. So we're not sure where that money is, but it's not in either one of our budgets. And so what ORCA is going to do is use some of our funds to purchase smart trip cards to be able to provide additional transportation opportunities for clients. But right now, most of our clients are utilizing the free cab rides that they can get once a week.
Okay. Is there money in the mayor's budget proposal for the smart trip program?
In the mayor's budget proposal for the smart trip programs?
Right.
I'm not sure. I can get back to you on that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Another program we've discussed over the years is the Returning Citizen Opportunity to Succeed Act, which passed several years ago at this point. This bill requires ORCA to maintain a database of the names, location, and contact information for all DC residents held in the Federal Bureau of Prison who are expected to return within the following year, and to create transition plans. The bill was never implemented because BOP was not sharing information with ORCA. As of November last year, you're starting to get BOP reports. How often do you get reports?
So unfortunately, council member, we got the list one time. And so we just went back to try to get, because it was supposed to be every quarter, but the staff person that were providing the list moved on to, I guess, other opportunities. So when we re-engage, that option was taken off the table. But we recently had a conversation with FBOP leadership, and General Counsel is helping us draft a release of information form that the BOP said they're gonna be able to put out, and that what DC residents can find, and if they're interested in releasing that information, they can fill it out and send it to us. So yes, that Privacy Act is the barrier. But I just seen the email today where Congresswoman Norton introduces a bill to require the Federal Bureau of Prisons to provide information to DC on DC returning citizens. So this just popped up during this hearing.
I was excited to see it as well. I'm excited to see the bill. Congress ain't passing a lot, and Democrats don't control the House, so we're not going to count on that one, passing just yet. But I was very glad to see it. Directing my request there, as it always is, keep looking for ways to push on this. Right. As much as everybody how important it is that we be able to start working with folks before they get home. That's a game changer for us if we can start doing that. So I hope you will continue looking for opportunities to push. And if you ever see anything we can do to help there, consider it done.
Okay, will do. But we definitely just pivoted and trying to find other ways, but we'll keep you posted.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, I want to thank you for, I feel like we got a lot of good updates today on programs, where they are. It seems like a lot of things are at points where they should be moving even to the next stage in the coming days and weeks. So we will stay plugged in with you and your team just to make sure that things are moving. But if they continue moving at this pace, looks like things will be pretty good. So I appreciate the work that you all are doing. I really do. And I want to thank you again for being with us today. I want to thank everybody who came to testify, people who have joined us virtually. And then I want to note, as always, that anyone who wants to submit testimony related to any of these agencies' written testimony is welcomed and encouraged. It will be made part of the official record. If you're interested in submitting testimony, do so by email. Send it to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov, housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Monday, April 3rd, 2023. If you're interested in learning more about the work of this committee, please sign up at robertwhiteatlarge.com, robertwhiteatlarge.com, so we can be in touch with updates. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 4:28 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Thanks again, everybody.